Alrighty, welcome back to the live stream. This is episode 5 of 2023, and this year's episode is called Garage Tools and Bar Stools. Alrighty, well, let's have some fun, and let's get some conversation going, and let me know. I know there's the race tomorrow. They just had a sick week of 2023. So let's see what you guys want to talk about, and let's get started. Let me get me moved back down into the main window until some other people show up, and get some going on here. So let's get me down there. Alrighty. Yep, it looks like I'm good. I'm going to be a little bit behind on the audio versus the video. And my kid is not going to bed. Give me a second. Sorry about that. My kid did not want to go to bed. So anyway, channel updates. We'll start off with that as we normally do. Hi Brad. BCJ Vids, if you're still in here. Welcome to the live stream. Echo. Oh, that's why.
That's Life by Frank Sinatra.
Alexa, cancel. No. Alexa, no. Alexa, stop. Alexa. I said the wrong word. Actually, I'm going to do it this way because I think it's going to work better here. I'm not going to have so much of that word I can't say in this room. Alright, hopefully you can hear me just fine now, and it is equal with what I'm saying, hopefully. But yeah, I can't say that E word in this room because our smart device is called that name, and yeah, I think we might need to think better about naming that one in this room. But anyway, channel updates. I have the video on... as I'm making it fall apart. I have the first part of the video on this truck. I have it done other than the intro and the outro and the voiceover. So the main actual footage is done. So that will be out probably this week. I was waiting for something to come in before I filmed that because I wanted to see how it was going to look. And that was this. This is the Galaxy S23 Ultra. And the camera on this thing is absolutely amazing. Also, if I look at the right camera. Alright, so the camera on this thing is absolutely amazing. I took a couple test pictures. I got to play with it a little bit today. I was having practice. All right, well, we're going to go back to the snowball mic instead of the one that's going to be matching my voice. So my words are not going to match what I am saying because there is a delay. Yeah, I don't know. I think I might still have to look into a different way of doing this. Though, wait, there is another thing I can do. I forgot about that. Let's see here. Properties. Source name. No. Cancel. All right, well, you know what? We'll just add a webcam. Give me a second. I am going to do a thing. Not window capture. Not display capture. Where is... Does it not have that? Video capture device. There it is. Webcam. Oh, it's not going to let me do it because I'm using the same webcam over here. Darn it. Still have not figured that one out yet. Okay, well that's garbage. How's the audio now, by the way? Oh, I did have webcam in there. Problem is I can't use the webcam unless I'm not on live over there. Alrighty, so we're just going to have to deal with the delay in the video picture versus the camera, the webcam, the snowball. I can't think of any way to adjust that. I don't know if it'll let me put a delay in it. Oh, do you know what? I can probably do that. I just don't know how long that is. I have an idea. I think I have figured out how to do this. I have a stopwatch. And we'll see how long the delay is. So I'm going to hold it up to the camera, just so that way I can read it at the same time that... Well, that's not even really that long at all. .45 seconds. Probably more like 1:15. So let's find out how much 1.15 seconds is in milliseconds. 1,500. Okay, I get it. Alrighty. So let's offset this by, we'll start with 1,000 and see how that works. All right, you guys gonna have to let me know. Is there still slightly off in what I'm saying versus what you guys are hearing? So I'm gonna go and do a countdown with my fingers. 1, 2, 3. Let me know if the audio is synced up better or not. Hopefully it's just on this one and not on all of the tracks. Yeah, I think it's just going to be on just this one. Otherwise, I don't know how to check it out anyway. So, Brad, if you're still here, let me know if that worked. Oh. Looks clear. When you said 1, it was up as 1 with the finger. Okay, so hopefully I have adjusted the sync so that way I'm delaying my microphone just long enough that it looks like I'm talking with it, because I have to account for the delay of the video, which hopefully I did it right. All right, so anyway, where was I? Oh, we were updates. So, like I said, picked up this Galaxy S23 Ultra. It's going to be the new workhorse for the channel. Looking to record some video tomorrow for that video. And I also want to record a channel update video and get that out there. So that way we can basically go over where I want to go this year and where we're at now, what we're doing, and all of that. I mean, you guys all get that here on the podcast, but there's a lot of people that don't watch the podcast. I'm still scouring and hunting for the air compressor that I want to go on sale. I'm also thinking about picking up the other stuff next week. The thing is I still have one more payment for the big payment for the stuff that I purchased last year, and I don't want to get in a bind where I owe that last payment plus whatever the stuff that I'm going to buy is going to cost me. So I want to make sure that I don't overextend myself. That's the last thing I need to do, is to overextend myself and get the credit that I build up to get it kind of ruined. Oh, plus Jess is going. My other half is going through some things as far as taking on a second job, and plus the crystal thing, and I'm having to look at using the truck more than I have been having to, and putting gas in that thing I'm not looking forward to. But we'll see where finances lay and whether or not I feel safe enough to pull that trigger. And we'll go from there. But I am really looking forward to filming with this camera and finishing up that truck that's sitting behind me and doing that stuff. I'm really excited to get that airbrush and start playing with it. So, and as far as the wiring stuff, still kind of in the same situation I was before. I haven't done anything with it since last week. I did a lot of my time was spent working in some other things. So, haven't had a whole crap ton of chance to dig into that wiring, and I need to have a nice clear head. Hey, Jesse. Now let me know if you got that shirt yet. It did say it was shipped. Geez, not even in here 10 seconds and already gambling. Well, it's shipped, so I don't know where. You'll have to check the tracking on it. It only takes a couple days for it to show up normally. So it might be at your door probably early next week or this week. And I got to get a hold of Kat because I think Kat's next. You're losing second time now or second place? Oh, you mean you're losing the gamble? I'll have to go back and go look now. I don't know if Brad was next or. I screenshotted it, so. Oh, lost 2 gambles in a row. Okay. Where is. How far back do I need to go at this point? Hopefully everybody we had last week shows up. I mean, that would be freaking awesome. I'm trying to find that post that I sent. There it is. Yeah, Kat's next, and then Chris, and then you, Brad. So I'll get down through all of you guys here shortly. Yeah. Hey guys, share out the live. Share it to your Facebook, share it to your Instagram. Make a quick story with a link to the live stream. Let's get some people in here. You guys have to know car people. You guys want this podcast happening. You want some great conversation in here. You need to get some people out there. I do have some new people that have followed the live. We have Leon, who followed the Facebook page, and I know he also followed the YouTube channel. So we'll give him a little shout out here real quick. And we had your random PAO is also subscribed. And we have Kat in the house. Kat, you are up next for the t-shirt. So get to peeking on the website at some point, and I will get you the code that you need to purchase the shirt at a discount. And Kat's gonna pop up here. I gotta give me a second. I gotta rearrange some stuff up on here so that way you show up on screen.
Yeah, no worries.
Let's put your view back up onto speaker and active speaker view. And we're going to get rid of screen share. Where's the other one? Is it my cam? No. Yeah, okay. Get rid of that one. Okay, you're small. I think if I remember correctly, as soon as I go to adjust that, it's going to fix itself. Okay, need to put myself back up there. And my border again. There we go. Okay, I think we're all good. I think everything's where it needs to be now. But you're still small.
Yeah.
You're nice and crystal clear. You're absolutely crystal clear, but small.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one of those things. Honestly, like picture quality looks better than a normal. So
yeah, I know. I'm going to sit here and Where is the one that I'm looking for? Is it this one? Yeah, that's that one. Okay. So I'm going to unlock that, and I'm going to make it bigger. Hopefully you're not going to grow the second that I do this. Okay, so for now we're good. You're an appropriate size now. And we all seem to get so you was having some car trouble or working on something?
Yeah, actually before the live stream here, the reason why I was late was because so I've had some issues with the car. Majority of those are fixed. However, the idle I cannot fix that in the winter time. That'd be a summertime thing only because of something really dumb. But
what's that?
Well, so it's actually the cold idle screw that's holding it open to the about 1100 RPM, give or take. Actually, I think I got it down to about 1,000. But the problem though is just like initially just thinking for a moment.
Okay.
So the bracket the cold idle screw actually goes into was hitting the bolts to hold the choke in. Right? Or the electric choke? Okay,
yeah.
that's fine. I filed that down. And well,
that's not a good shot. You can't see me, but I am taking a picture of the live stream with you in it, and I just took one with your eyes closed and a very, as usual. Anytime somebody's trying to take a picture of somebody talking, you always catch them in the bad moments.
Yeah. They're actually saying that I'm echoing.
We might be using the same issue we had last time, which was me having the volume too high for my speakers. And the microphone picking up your voice. Try it now.
Hello. Am I echoing? Echo.
You might echo a little bit now, but it won't be much. The only other thing I can do is I can go get my headphones, and I can try plugging them in, and hopefully that doesn't mess with a bunch of shit. Because then hopefully it won't be picking up. The mic won't be picking up your voice. Give me 10 seconds. Entertain them for a hot minute. Actually, no. Smile. Say pretty please. Oh, that's great. That's going on Instagram now.
Perfect. I mean, hey, at least you didn't get it when I'm eating.
I need to tag you in that now.
Yeah, so they're saying that it's still there, it's just a little quieter now. So yeah, it's definitely
that's fine. I mean, I'm not going to be able to make it go completely away unless I go get my headphones and I put that on. Okay, you're tagged in that post. I will be. You entertain them for a second. I'm going to grab my headphones and see if I can get them to connect to the computer.
All right, sounds good. So yeah, but the problems that I've been having with my Mustang, and I mean they haven't been major problems. It's just it was the same problems as last week, but I figured out a little more now, and I actually have full throttle now because my neighbor Lance fabbed me up a new bracket really quick and made that work. So car is definitely a lot quicker now because, well, it's not at 80% throttle, it's at 100% throttle. So it makes me quite happy now with the performance of the car. I just can't get the idle back down though. No matter what I do, unless I take out that cold idle screw, which is dumb.
I really don't know how to connect these to my computer just yet.
Or are they like Bluetooth?
Yeah. Not a Bluetooth device. Oh, I think that worked.
Did it? Hello.
There it is. It did. Hello, can you hear me? I can hear you. Oh wow, you got really, really big.
Yeah, I'm noticing that.
Now you're back to normal.
That is so weird.
Right, so I'm gonna put my buds in because I can hear you. Hopefully the echo on your end is completely gone. So I'm gonna shut up and let you guys talk and see if I can catch my mic picking up your voice for any stupid reason.
All right, and yeah, it's doing that big, small. Well, not small, but regular size on the screen. Still, that's so weird. Anytime I talk, by the looks of it, is when it's doing that. So
Yeah.
you just have your sizing differences wrong, I guess. But I mean, I can actually hear because your sound is a little different actually with the headphones in. It's.
Yeah, I needed to make sure that it didn't using my buds as the speaker, as the mic.
Yeah.
So give me a hot minute.
Yeah, and it might be because you do sound a little different. Like you sound fine, but you sound a little different.
No, it's still saying microphone is the blue snowball for that. Let me go check to see if it did on your end is different. So the Skype call might have picked up my microphone as, there we go. It should be snowball. All right, now my voice should be the same for you now. Any different?
Actually, yeah, it is a little bit now. Because I do want to see.
Because it just switched it to the snowball, so I should be hearing you guys in my ear. You guys should not be picking up her on the mic. And you should be hearing me just fine through the snowball mic and not my headset.
Okay, it is through the webcam, which is what I wanted. Do that.
And yeah, you were bouncing back and forth here.
Yeah. I also changed some of my mic settings there too to see if that might make a difference.
I don't think it's that. It's going to be either.
Oh,
well, I mean, I can always.
Yeah.
Until somebody else comes in here, I can literally just change it so that way.
Oh, he says it's all fixed. He said it's all fixed.
Yeah, I figured it would be because my snowball can no longer pick up your audio. It was picking up your audio through my speakers, so like you were talking to me through the speakers, and the microphone was picking up that. So I've eliminated any ability for it to do that, but I'm just using my earbuds for noise now, and I don't have to wear a big hunky freaking set of headphones. Sorry, like the typical. I am dissing the typical podcast look. That's what I'm dissing.
Well, come on. I can have the mic that's not currently hooked up to, just like that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Now you look like you're all sorts of business. All right, so I'm going to change this to... I'm going to make it so it's just yours, and we'll see if that fixes the jumping around. I'm going to adjust your screen here. So it's no longer on active speaker. I think that's what it is when you're here by yourself and it's on active speaker, it plays with the resolution. So that's what you said. When you said it was when you were talking, that kind of made me think that, when it's considering you're the active speaker, it makes your picture bigger. And then when it's considering you to be a non-active speaker, it was shrinking your image or something like that. Monkeys are all hung over. Oh, wait.
He says, are all hanging around.
Oh. I don't know what that means, but okay.
Yeah, nor do I.
Mystery. So we also fixed, we made it so that way my speaker has a delay. My mic has a delay, so hopefully it matches up with my voice better through the Skype on the live stream, not through me and you.
Yeah, no, I get that.
So like my voice that my mic is picking up now better matches the image that they're seeing on the screen.
Ooh,
So hopefully that works. Hopefully my headsets hang in there long enough for the live stream. Otherwise I'll have to do the one in and one out, and in the future, and just swap them when the one dies. But I was busy showing off the new phone.
Yeah, you were.
It's almost like a pastel red. I was hoping it would be more of a red, but it's more of like a pastel red.
What?
Not quite a pink, but it's kind of like if pink and orange had a baby.
Well, you could do what just about every kid in our auto body class in high school did, and literally
spray their phone.
Yep, everybody did.
I have something better coming along. I'll show you here in a second.
Oh,
I have a case from Carved coming. Yeah, you're shrinking and expanding still.
Yeah.
But at least you're not getting so big that you take over the whole screen.
Yeah, well, I think it actually has to do with it's active speaker that way. So that's still on apparently. But
well, active speaker is still on. Let me change it up here. The only thing I can do is change it to grid mode and see if that works. I might have to make you expand it again if you stop going big and small. But I just changed it from active speaker to grid mode.
All right, well, let's see what that did. If that'll do anything. La la la.
No, you're still bouncing around.
Lame.
I think it's internet connection, to be honest.
It might be. That's weird. It's very weird.
But here, I'll show you. I have a case coming, and it looks like that.
Ooh, pretty.
It's actual wood and resin.
That's cool.
And of course, where the cameras are will be the red of my phone, because that's actually the phone showing through. So that's walnut burl and red and black resin. So that'll about be what the back of my phone looks like after it shows up. It's not a salmon. I know what a salmon is. This is not a salmon. It's just like a faded red.
Well,
it's like I left my phone out in the sun too long and it faded.
Yeah, well, it's funny because like when people say like the color salmon is not the actual color of a salmon though. That's the funny part.
Right? No, the color salmon is a muted, dull pink.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's like a dark. It's not dark. It's almost like a smoked pink, a smoked pastel pink, because it's not a bright pink. It's kind of more of like an ashed over pink.
That's fair.
Maybe like a little purple in it. Just a hint. Pink and orange is, yeah, I guess maybe, but no. I think the true salmon color is not really orange. It leans more towards a bluer pink. I mean, like a bluer purple than orange. I don't know. I can tell you if I can find the color code. I can tell you exactly what it leans to. Let's see. Okay, so salmon's color code is 250, which is all the way red. What's the next color? It's Okay, so it is 93%, no, 98% red, more green than blue. So it's red with a little bit of green and a little bit of blue. Or a little less blue, actually, I think. I guess it would be a little more towards the orange than it is the pink. But just ever so slightly.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. It's cool, though. Like, that case will be neat.
Yeah, well, the case will be neat. It's just, like I said, it's just a little less red than I thought it was going to be. But it's got a 200 megapixel main camera. And I was sitting on my couch, and I can't read that. I took a picture of... My girlfriend's got some picture with a bunch of mushrooms on it, and it tells you what each one is. It's like a page out of a old school, like, plant book, where to show pictures of all the different species. And literally, I could read the little tiny numbers next to the pictures in the zoom, and I wasn't even zoomed in all the way.
It is amazing what, because nowadays, like, to be honest, unless you're taking pictures, like, miles out, there's no point to getting a professional camera much anymore.
Mm-hmm. Well, not for the everyday stuff that we're doing. I mean, would an actual camera or camcorder be good for YouTube? Yes. Why? Because you can instantly get into to filming. Me, obviously, if you have a phone, you got to go from the phone into the app, and then, whereas if you have a camera, turn it on, click record.
Yeah.
The time to go from not recording to recording is a lot less. So if you're doing something like you're at a racetrack and you just don't happen to be filming that second, and you see something going down, you can get that camera out and camera rolling a lot faster with an actual camera than you can a cell phone, unless I might be able to key map. So I wish I could key map the power button to go straight into the camera mode. And then I could just use tap to turn on the phone, and I don't have to worry about it. Or if I long hold press.
Yeah, see,
the side button.
Try this with your phone. Just double tap the power button.
All right, from off or while it's on?
When the phone is on, like, so when not the screen on.
So when it's like this.
Turn the screen off. Yeah, and then.
So when it's like that.
And then just double tap it. Oh, see, there you go.
Oh, it did. Okay, you know what? Okay, you solved my problem now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's not that complicated because, like, I know mine.
I didn't know it did that.
Yeah, you can do that, and then also. Like, you can go into the settings of it, and, like, for pictures or whatever else, you can actually set it to, like, volume down or volume up will actually take a picture for you instead of moving the camera screen, too.
Yeah. I do have a floating, whatever they call the frickin' lens button.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Brian.
Hey, Brian. So, yeah, I have I have it so that way, well, let's do that again. You can see it up there in the other corner. I have that floating.
Oh yeah, I got rid of that on mine. To be honest.
Well, I have it because if I'm in this view, or let's just say I'm doing this and I don't want to hit that, or I know that I would probably be recording like this, right? Or if I go like this and I'm looking at myself, I can just tap the corner instead of trying to find it in the middle of the phone. I don't know. I just also, depending on sometimes if I have it in the boom, where the stock camera shutter button is in the way of where the boom is sometimes. So if I have it floating, I can put it where I want it, and that way I can just hit it without having the boom be in the way.
That's fair. Like, and I do know there are voice prompts for the Samsungs as well that you can use for at least to start footage. I haven't figured out if yours might have a stock footage one. Mine doesn't for some stupid ass reason.
Well, you can use that assistant that nobody likes on their Androids to do it.
Oh, Bixby. Yeah, I don't use it.
Yeah, it does. Bixby is for all of your like day-to-day routines and tasks and things like that. And everybody hates it because it's just, I don't know. I just never used it. I don't know if I hate it. I just never bothered with it.
I've never really played
It's not like, this is the one thing where I think iPhone did it better. Their speech, whatever, is more. See, I kind of wish it was kind of like the thing that's behind me that I'm not going to say its name, because I hate the fact that if I want to use it, I have to hit a button for it to hear me. Which on one hand is great because then it's not listening when you don't want it to, but the other hand is the whole reason I would want it is because my hands are busy. Like if I have it sitting on the toolbox and I wanted to change a song or I wanted to do, I don't want to have to sit here and hit the button and then you know what I mean, because that defeats the purpose. I want to be able to leave the thing on the desk or on the toolbox and have it do its thing without me having to touch it. Brian said, no, Jesse said, did I buy another car?
No, not you, him.
No, Jesse said, did you buy another car? To Brian, I'm pretty sure, because he said hauling parts home.
He got
and I'm guessing that's for the double axle trailer. Oh, how many freaking parts are you fitting in a double axle trailer? Did you just buy like a freaking 2-bay garage full of parts or what?
Hey, you'd be surprised because, like, oddly enough, my buddy. So if I ever need to borrow
all of them,
like, if I ever need to borrow his trailer, I can put whatever the hell I want on it. It's a.
Do you know what I like?
It's a dual axle 20-foot trailer.
We have a guy that travels up and down 81 here, and when he's not hauling something, he has a Tonka truck strapped into the center of his step down deck trailer.
I've seen those.
So it's those ones where you gotta literally drop the front half of the trailer to load something on it, and then you get back the neck back up to it, and you pick it back up, and he literally has a dump truck strapped to the middle of it, a little tiny dump truck. I mean, like one of the little Tonka trucks, and it's absolutely freaking adorable. But the funniest thing I've ever seen is in the middle of that toilet paper crisis. It was a guy with a big, flat deck trailer with one of them big bundles of toilet paper rolls strapped to the center of it. It's like one of those like 36 count roll packages.
Oh, yeah.
Just strapped into the center of it. It was like, that's just hilarious. He was hauling the beans, man. There was probably more worth on that trailer than he's ever carried before.
Yeah. Ooh, so he sent me a picture of this trailer. It's not a super big trailer, but it is an enclosed trailer though, which is nice.
I wish I had one, but even if I had one, I'd have nowhere to put it.
Okay.
I mean, I could park it behind the garage, but then I'd have to move it anytime I wanted to open or close the garage. Now, technically, the person next to me, that house is abandoned, and I can park in front of that garage and nobody would care.
I don't know if that's going to show up properly.
That's a decent sized trailer.
It's a fairly decent.
It's a single car trailer.
Yeah, well, he says a bug and a half will fit. So, I mean, a bug is like 13, 14 feet long. So.
Yeah, that's a bug and a half.
Yeah, so I guess that is about a 20-foot trailer.
Yeah, that would fit my TA with an engine behind it.
Yeah, like because the one thing is, like, with my buddy's trailer, like, his trailer's...
Wait, he says a bug and a half will fit. How much you want to bet there's a bug and a half in that trailer? How much you want to bet there's a bug and a half in the back of that trailer right now?
That's terrible. Well, see, the only thing...
So I got more people in here now. I'm going to ask this. Is my voice synced up to the audio? Me and Brad kind of played with a little bit at the beginning of the live stream. Um, so I'm just gonna hold up my hands real quick again. I'm gonna start counting 1, 2, and 3, and we'll see if 1, 2, and 3 matches my fingers. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, they're saying you're synced. So.
Okay. Then I fixed it. I added 1,000 milliseconds to the delay for the mic.
See, now, the one thing is, like, so a trailer that size, luckily, because it's an enclosed trailer, you've got a little more weight than what we have with the trailer that I've...
Depends on if it's aluminum or steel.
Well...
Aluminum trailers are pretty light.
Yeah, but I mean, well, the 20-foot trailer that we've actually used more than once, it's way overkill for anything we use it for, because, like, literally, we're hauling Fox bodies with them. It's way overkill for that. But the one thing I hate, like, driving his truck with that trailer and behind it, the ride quality goes out the window, like, completely. You need so much weight back there for it to actually be nice. But even with hauling a Fox body, it needs more weight than that. It needs about 10,000 pounds back there for it to be actually comfortable. A steel deck aluminum cover. You see, the deck on that one is wood, so.
Yeah, well, the deck is actually it's a steel deck with wood on top.
I guess it's true
because it's going to have steel supports.
Yeah, you know what I meant.
Yeah, I know that my Dodge had no problems pulling when I brought the Nova chassis home. Gave no fucks. Didn't even know it was back there.
Yeah. Well, it was kind of funny because Jesse said in the chat that I should. He wants to see my Mustang hauling that big ass trailer. I'm like, no, no. Your Mustang would just be doing this. Exactly, 100%. Like, and I definitely could not run my summer tires doing that because it would just be rubbing like crazy.
Yeah. I actually put the bigger wheel cylinders in the back of my truck just for towing.
Oh.
So I have... It's funny. I have Chevy wheel cylinders in my Dodge pickup truck. They're Chevy 2500 wheel cylinders. They fit perfectly. But they have a hell of a lot more stopping force than the stock 1500 Dodge ones. Something I actually got off of the Dodge forums. But yeah. So I went. I've been hunting. I guess would be your Princess Auto, except for it's Harbor Freight down here.
Yeah.
And which is funny because it's Princess Auto, but yet Harbor Freight sells way more than auto stuff. It's more of a hardware store than it is an auto store.
Technically, Princess Auto sells hardware stuff too. Like,
well, I mean, it's majority. Like I would say 90% of Harbor Freight is more geared towards not automotive stuff, just generic tools.
So it's. I mean, I guess Harbor Freight might be closer to Canadian Tire then, just because like Canadian Tire. Although they do have more like household stuff and like, electronics and stuff like that as well, but for the most part,
no, they don't have household stuff. This is just it's all tools. It's everything from your I would say just general shop tools, not necessarily automotive shop tools.
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, because I mean. Because Princess Auto is the closest thing to Harbor Freight only because it's just cheap stuff, and it's
the thing is what's cool about Harbor Freight now is Harbor Freight used to just be the cheap stuff. Hey hon, we're live.
I'm aware.
I'm not hanging up on you and telling you we're live this time.
Aw, you learned.
Anyway, so Harbor Freight not only still sells the cheap stuff, but they have higher tiers. So they have like different product lines. They'll have like 3 different grinders, and each brand, even though they're all Harbor Freight brand, each brand is like a different tier quality of tool.
No, I get it. Like,
So if you want to go cheap, they still have the cheap gonna break in a week part. But they also have the can compete with the freaking Snap-on brand stuff.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Princess Auto hasn't expanded into that. Like the tools that they have is called Power Fist. Which you guys might have down there. I'm not sure, but because I know it's not Power Fist isn't exclusive to Princess Auto, but they're the main sellers of it up here. Right. And I've used honestly some of their stuff. It's fine. It's not amazing, but it's fine. Like my buffer, which I've never even used technically yet, is one of those, right? It's a Power Fist.
Brian keeps hearing Princess Auto. What? You can't hear the other chat because I have the chat. I have Cat in my ears instead of coming through the speakers because it was picking up double audio. But one of the chatters is talking about hearing Princess Auto, which is a Harbor Freight variant up in Canada. And we were having a discussion about Harbor Freight. And Brad says, "Hi, Jess," or as he says, "troll." She says that's probably what she meant.
Hello, Chimkin Nugget.
Is he Chimkin? That's right, Chimkin Nugget. And then Chris is what again? Rogue Chimkin. So we had it wrong last week, and Jess made sure to set me straight. Chris is not Spicy Chicken. It is Team Mechanic.
I still don't know how you got that mixed up.
I have no idea. I don't know how we ended up on Chris being Spicy Chicken. But Chris is Rogue Chicken. Team Mechanic is Spicy Child. Brad is Chimkin Nugget. And
there's reasons to all of it, so I don't know why you mixed it up.
I don't know, because I'm an idiot.
Accurate.
Because Spicy Child is the youngest. He's a child, and he's spicy. Spicy Child.
Let's see.
Rogue Chimkin got to that name because he's Firebird Nation, and then I went to Freebird, and then I went from Freebird to Rogue Chimkin because
he disappeared for a while.
Yeah.
He went MIA.
And Chicken Nugget is obviously because he is Rogue Chimkin's spawn.
Spawn. He is all over the place. He is Rogue. It is correct, Brad.
Oh yeah, Spice.
And you are Dodo.
Yeah, Spicy Child. Where he's been as well. I mean, he's just been busy.
I've seen it. He's out there freaking partying with his friends in his freaking high-end luxury yacht.
He pulled out the caddy, which I was surprised to see that.
I saw that. I was quite delighted when I saw that.
Oh yeah, his caddy needs mechanically it's pretty good, but it's bodywork though it needs a bunch. But it's really a nice car though.
He needs to hunker down. Well, then again, if you've seen the pictures of the truck, it's starting to show some spots that need to be taken care of, and I just need to get the ability to get a welder out in the garage so I can play with that. I mean, I could probably get a little 110 spot welder out there. It might not trip.
That's not what duct tape's for?
It's not duct tape that I use. You use aluminum tape.
Aluminium.
Duct tape. Yeah, the duct tape just tends to fray and look really bad within 2 or 3 rainstorms.
That's not the point.
I know. I already have used aluminum tape to cover up rust holes.
Oh come on.
That's why I said it. Looks like duct tape.
You need to put gravel and then Bondo over top of it. Come on now.
Oh, you mean those Spicy Child?
Exactly.
Again, Spicy Child is Team Mechanic. If you haven't heard of Team Mechanic, check him out on YouTube. He has some good content out there. So.
Oh, and adoptive mom is adoptive mom because she volunteered to adopt me.
Adoptive mom is Kat, for those that don't know.
Yes.
So eventually I shall move to Canada.
Wait, you're moving to Canada, eh? Is that better than Canada B?
Maybe.
Looks like Brian took.
Canada is Canada A. Does that make United States Canada B? I'm already in Canada B.
Does that make Mexico Canada C? Wow, we heard that, Kat. So whatever just passed you, it made quite a racket.
Yeah, it kind of shook the house. So I don't even know what it was.
That sounded like a truck Jake
Yeah,
breaking.
no, that was some car with a big fuck off exhaust on it. You know, the giant.
But yeah, that makes sense though. You know, if you're Canada A, that would make us Canada B, and then Mexico would be Canada C, or as they would say, Canada C, Jose.
Oh my god, that was horrible.
Careful, you might get canceled.
I might get cancel cultured. I already feel like I'm cancel cultured. I don't want to hear it.
Actually, that may have been a. Come to think of it, I just quickly saw it through the window, and it was silver, and it was a wagon. So actually, I think that was a legacy.
Forbid, don't let TikTok hear you.
I was actually watching a guy explaining how the YouTube algorithm works, and that might be part of my reason is the fact that my channel is too broad and too all over the place for YouTube to know what the fuck to recommend my videos to.
That's fair. Makes sense.
Wow, YouTube doesn't even know what to do with you.
Yeah, I know, right? But I don't really care because if I don't grow, I don't grow. The people that sub are going to watch the videos if it's something that they're into. So, I mean, I'd like to grow, but
yeah,
low-flying Chinese balloon.
Yeah, Jesse, there is no Wagavons here
Do
in
not
town.
water it; it will not grow.
What did you say, Jess?
If you do not water it, it will not grow.
Oh, poor Jenna Marbles. I don't know if you guys know who Jenna Marbles is, but she was a real big YouTuber, and she got cancel cultured. And she made some of the most funniest off-the-wall content, and that was part of what made her funny is the fact that she went to the places that were risky. You know, I mean, she had a whole video about men's genitalia. You know, like
it was a music video, a song.
Yeah. About men's genitalia, because we have all these songs out there about women's genitalia, but there's not really many songs about men. And she went there, and it was absolutely hilarious. She also had these little dogs. Do you even know what type of dog that was that she had?
I believe it's an Italian Greyhound, but we shall call it a Cermint.
Yeah, a Cermint. And its name was.
And the other one was a Chihuahua, I believe.
Yeah. But the Italian Greyhound, it's a little tiny thing. It's like a miniature Greyhound, and its name was Kermit.
Cermit.
And some lady asked you how do you pronounce Kermit, and she spelled it out as Ceramit, and it just became this meme on her channel so hard. And
not water your Cermit, it will not grow.
Yes, if you do not water your Cermit, it will not grow. If you do not feed your Cermit chimkin, it will not grow. It was absolutely... You can find some of her stuff, but she took like 98% of her channel down. Which is a real shame, because she was an absolute legend as far as comedy.
She got married to I think his name was Julian. The guy that she was dating, the gamer guy. Yeah, she got married to him.
Oh, that's good. I mean, and the thing is she was like one of the original like big time YouTubers, like the super big ones. She took it down because there was was it racism or she
I don't even know why.
She got called out on one of her videos about something, and it's just like everything else with this cancel culture. TikTok ran away, not TikTok, Twitter ran away with it and basically shamed her. And it was something that she did a long, long time ago. You know, kind of like I've seen a few other people, where somebody said something back when it was, socially acceptable. And, move forward a bunch of years and it comes out that, oh, this person said something or other. And they get shamed for saying something way back when. And yeah, they literally shamed her off the internet.
That's so sad.
Yeah, and everybody said millennials were snowflakes. These
Right.
newer generations
Is
are.
worse.
Yeah, which it's so funny that millennials are like, we're the ones that always get attached to this. It's just like, no, that's the generation after us. You know, like.
Yeah, I would say it is more. It would be the generation directly after us that have more of the issues than we do.
Yeah, well, it's definitely by far. You know, like, although actually,
there's actually a really big thing about Jeffree Star right now, and I mean Jeffree Star has always been involved in a lot of drama because it's freaking Jeffree Star, and how he apparently came out as like non-binary or gender fluid or whatever it is a while ago, like 2 years ago, and now there's a video of him basically saying that people who are using they, them pronouns and all of that and he used the word stupid, and that there are only male and female genders, and that people are going too far with it, and it takes somebody like him to say it, because if somebody else would say it would be transphobic, but apparently if he says it's not.
Well, I mean, the other thing is how long ago did he say that? Did he say that recently, or did he say that a while ago? You got the whole thing. You got the whole thing with the author from Harry Potter, as apparently against,
Oh yeah, I saw that. People are like trying to boycott the new Hogwarts game or something like that.
Yeah, they're literally boycotting a game that has nothing to do. Well, it has something to do with it because it's Harry Potter, but she had nothing to do with the input on the game. And basically, they're trying to cancel culture the new open world Harry Potter game, and which is kind of ridiculous because you're not hurting her. She doesn't have a stake in that franchise. You're hurting all of those people that put their hard-earned time and effort into making that game that people from my generation would die over.
Oh,
if that game came out when we were kids, when Harry Potter first came out, we wouldn't know what to do with ourselves.
No, I mean, like, I've seen the gameplay and everything. It looks like an incredible game, and like, it got so bad actually.
Yeah, if you think about it, a lot of big creators have gotten cancel cultured out or just kind of faded back because of the cancel culture.
Yeah, to anyone that tried playing that game.
There's a lot of makeup artists that I used to follow that are no longer really too active because of it.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. I mean, and the thing is you never really know what any of your creators are into or whatever, and to sit here and shame them for liking something. I mean, like, I'm a big Harry Potter fan. Do I have to necessarily agree with the freaking author's points of view? Fuck no.
No.
Well,
actually,
and that's what's annoying.
I was gonna say, and it got so bad that there was a website actually created to.
Oh, like
hold on, the cat's talking. Jess, give me a second.
So like, it got so bad with that actually to try and cancel any creators that actually they created a website that has since been shut down. But anybody that was streaming it on Twitch would just be bombarded by a bunch of people in the comments. And
yeah, and that's what I heard. It's ridiculous.
It is, and like, that got shut down pretty quick actually. And
I hope so, because you shouldn't sit here and get harassed because of something that you're into that somebody else might not be.
Oh yeah, like it is ridiculous, and like it needs,
because that's the opposite of freedom.
Yeah, like.
I don't know, Jess. Can you hear her if I have the mic down by the microphone?
Not really,
but... wait, hold on. It's over here. All right. Now you should be able to hear it at least.
All right. Can you hear me? Hello?
Jess, can you hear her now?
No.
I barely.
It's... I don't know if I can turn the volume up, maybe.
I mean, she's on stream, and you're putting her through a microphone to me. So
yeah. Hello. What would Chris's mom's name be then? Not Chris's. No, I mean not Chris's mom. Brad's mom, but not Chris's current other half.
I don't know her, so she doesn't get it.
Oh, she doesn't get a name. I think Rebecca had a name. She wanted us to call her. What was it from last? It wasn't Rebecca.
Mo.
It was Mo. That's right, Mo.
Usually it takes me a while of knowing a person before they get a name.
You've got a name, Kat.
Yeah.
I mean, I just got to think about that. Most of the people that are in that live stream group or up here on the podcast, you guys are a definite part of our life here, even if you're not here. So yeah, I think a skunk died outside. I smell skunk.
Elliot is Big Burb.
Big Burb, yeah. Oh, I definitely smell a skunk.
And Midwink was Bubblegum.
Jesse says he doesn't have a name yet.
Who?
The Jesse Williams. He has the blue Bronco too in my group. He's the one that's disabled, and not that is a descriptive word, not a derogatory word. Because the things that freaking Jesse can do, even though he has a disability, is amazing. So, been around enough disabled people to know that being disabled is not necessarily a hindrance or something to be derogatory. Yes, it is a description.
You can always just say differently abled.
Differently abled, I like that.
There we go.
He is differently abled.
I mean, at times I feel mentally disabled. Does that count?
Because technically I'm disabled, but...
Well, I mean, same here. I mean, ADHD is still a disability. And so is
I was
depression.
talking about more than just that, but...
Well, yes, we know. I don't know how much you wanted to put out there. But yeah, ADHD, depression, anxiety, all of those are disabilities.
Sure. Well, I even like working on the car today. That was fun because.
Oh my God! Should I allow that? I guess I'll allow that.
Yeah,
Somebody else allowed it first.
Yeah, I was gonna allow it. It was fine.
Like I was saying about the cancel culture.
Cancel culture. Yeah, that's right. Jess was about to say something while you were talking.
Like the person I follow, we call her Salty Witch. She is extremely opinionated. She is not scared of saying her opinion, and they've tried canceling her so many times, but she is too stubborn to go. Today on a live stream, she was discussing BPD, and she brought up the movie Split.
Hold on. And for those of you that know, BTB is borderline personality disorder.
Split is based off of what some people might know as multiple personality disorder, but is now known as dissociative identity disorder under the DSM-5.
It has been that for a while, I think, though.
Me being the psychology person that I am, I recognized the movie somewhat, and I said, is that the movie with the ID? And she kind of got heated, and she has this opinion that MPD, multiple personality disorder, is completely different than DID.
Well, there's a difference between, like...
And she she went off on it, and she's like, I don't care what people say, I'm heated, but people have tried canceling her over so many different things. She's had a change in her religion practice, and then people tried canceling her, telling her she was practicing an African closed practice. They tried canceling her over using the word gypsy, because apparently people now consider the word gypsy a slur. There's a lot of things.
It's ridiculous. You fart in the wrong direction and people are offended.
Yeah.
Or in this case, Brian's dogs fart and take out a whole room. Don't worry, our dog does that too, and so do I, and so does Jess. But that's a different story.
I'm not sure if I've seen it as much on YouTube anymore, but I see it a lot on TikTok
and Twitter.
Well,
I'm not really on Twitter.
In the beginning of me on YouTube, they actually tried to cancel me because I was a woman on the internet, which that was fun to deal with. And I don't understand that. Like, I see it all the time, especially on TikTok too, of honestly just the sexism that happens within the car hobby. It's hilarious, especially online.
Oh yeah, it is ridiculous.
But like,
there's that one chick that I follow that constantly has to defend the fact that she's not a garage bunny, that she actually works on the vehicles in the garage, and it's her actual job, not just something she does to look good on TikTok.
Oh yeah, like there's a girl named Joelda that I follow, and there's Vermilion Vixen, which I love her. Her content.
I think that one's her.
Like
I'm not
Vermilion
sure.
Vixen, she has pink.
She have a purple toolbox.
She has pink hair. That's what gives her away.
Okay, it might be the same person. I know the one that I follow has a dark, like a huge ass purple toolbox.
Yeah, and she might. I can't remember for sure. But
I don't know. I actually like listening to people's different opinions.
I know, right? It's refreshing. I don't
I'm
have to
not
agree with them.
normal.
I don't have to agree with their different opinions, but it's nice to hear somebody else's point of view.
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't know what my thing is doing.
well, and it's kind of interesting because there are certain terms for women in the car hobby that aren't actually like, hey, they're just there because like they want to look pretty and their boyfriend or whatever is.
Yeah, isn't that the garage bunny?
Well, garage bunny or passenger princess.
Wait, does that make me a garage bunny?
No, because you don't
I'm
like being
not a
out.
bunny.
You don't like being out in the garage.
Yeah, well, actually,
I mean, as long as it's not too hot that I'm sweaty and not too cold that my hands hurt, and as long as you're not being as hell, that's all the time.
I'm trying to see how much battery life my freaking earbuds. Oh, that's right. They're not connected to my phone. My phone won't know how much battery life is in my earbuds. Duh.
special.
I know, right?
But yeah, it is interesting though that way, and I see it quite a bit. Actually, there is this one girl that I do follow. She has.
I don't know. You just decide to work in the garage at the worst possible times.
That's how it works.
Because you decide to do it when it's freaking freezing ass cold and your hands don't like the cold.
We've all been there.
No, I'm saying you.
Oh,
You
I like
decide
it.
to work in the garage at the worst possible times.
I don't always have a choice.
And then when I do come out in the garage, you have me sit in a corner and keep telling me to be quiet, or I have to have my phone turned down because you're filming.
Well, yeah, I can't play copyrighted material while I'm filming.
So what the hell else am I supposed to do?
I have earbuds. They
And you
work
don't
great.
want me roasting you 24/7.
Like, you don't roast me anyway. Are you home
You
by
do
now?
eventually get put up with me.
Yeah. Are you home yet?
No?
What the hell?
Did you hear the door open?
I don't know. You could be out in the freaking driveway out in the driveway. Like, we have a fucking driveway. You could be out in the alleyway and not be inside yet.
You know, at the house that I was at, it was a little bit past the house that I'm normally at, which normally takes almost a half an hour
Yeah,
to
it's
get
like
to.
25 minutes.
So the house that I was at is definitely about a half an hour.
Oh,
And it's only 10:15.
Apparently, Brian's one dog is watching you, Cat.
yeah, I've been reading that. He's been sending me messages as well. And I didn't know this because usually when me and Brian talk, we do it through voice text. So Theo, one of his dogs, actually recognizes my voice.
Say I'm
Yeah.
definitely not looking forward to the shift of work that I have tomorrow.
Oh, what are you working tomorrow?
The same thing.
Oh, another 10-hour days with the guy that constantly reminds you what time it is.
14 hours.
Oh, you work 14 hours.
Rip.
Was that 14?
8 a.m. to 10
Oh,
p.m.
that is 14 hours.
Rip. Oh,
Yeah, you always happen to send those voice messages when I'm in the area. I can't listen to them.
well, sometimes it's just easier to send a voice message, so,
Oh, I know. You see how many times I screw up speech to text. Technically, yes, it would be easier to just do it, but I don't know. I'm old school. I'm not used to. They just.
Well, and But it is interesting with Theo because I've never...
If you really wanted to use the excuse that you're old school, you would be better at texting because you have to punch the frickin' numbers multiple times to get the right letter.
T9.
But
I swear that almost gave me OCD. 11122 11122333444.
For once, I'm not the one interrupting Kat every time she opens her mouth. I'm just watching poor Kat. Every time she goes to open her mouth, you start talking, and she's just like, oop. Because she can't hear you because I put my earphone back in my ear. Because it was doing weird shit, and I was afraid it was going to cancel out.
Oh no, cancel culture.
My earbuds are going to cancel culture me. Bradley just did the freaking... She can't see the chat unless she's watching the thingy, and I don't think she is, because Bradley just did a bunch of...
I'm driving.
There's nothing wrong with completely watching YouTube while you're driving. I mean, this is an automotive channel. I'm going to put a disclaimer out there. Don't watch YouTube and drive.
I can watch a YouTube and drive. I can't read and drive.
We're not suggesting watching anything while you're driving. Next time I get cancel culture for giving out freaking unsafe advice.
As I do live streams while driving.
As I have a whole video out there about using zip ties to compress a spring.
I mean, I am the one who was completely paying attention to what I was doing and butt bumped a pole the other day.
Yeah, you hurt the car.
It'll live.
What? Now there is a person at my front door. Oh, now there's an echo. The troll has arrived.
I figured.
That is news. What is news? What did I miss?
Oh, I because the one thing is, like, they were talking about, like, well, why is she on the phone then while driving? It's like, pretty sure.
Speakerphone?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Bluetooth?
That's what I put.
The thing is me and Jess have a thing. When we are driving places, especially when we've been up for a long period of time, or we know that we're, not feeling our most alert, we will call each other and be on the phone with each other because it keeps you alert. You're less likely to fall asleep if you're sitting there talking to somebody than you are if you're staring into the abyss in a dark night after being up for 14, 15 hours.
Yeah, see, now, something I don't recommend is, and I've done this,
Brad, it's
like, being on the phone while driving a manual car and having an ice cream cone in your other hand.
That sounds like the Days of Thunder moment there.
I've done that before. It's, I don't recommend it.
But Bradley, it's distracting, but it's less distracting than sleeping.
Yeah, I mean, and to be honest, if you're driving a car, especially if it's an automatic, 9 times out of 10 you are distracted anyways by something. Mm-hmm. Manuals are a little different, but
you're so disconnected from the experience, especially if you're in a newer car.
Whoa! Oh! I think he's talking about me on the screen there. It's like, I'm not doing that. It's not my fault.
What?
Oh, just with it was going back and forth like crazy. That thing. It's like, again, it's not my fault.
You're distracted. You're distracted co-hosting.
Yeah.
You're not using all of your mental energy to make sure that you stay a certain size.
Well, to be fair, I'm also watching the hockey game too. So.
You are distracted.
Yeah, I am. I will fully admit it. It's fine. They need to win this game, like, badly. So.
There is a troll.
Oh, now he's telling me to stay still. No.
Who is... What am I not seeing? I'm not seeing any of that.
Bradley's comments.
Oh, stay still, cat. Okay, I see it. Oh my god, it's a garage bunny. Ow! Don't abuse me on screen.
Well, don't call me stupid names on screen.
It doesn't sing you to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know that, Brad. We can't do anything about it.
Yeah, it's just it's one of these things where I'd have to be talking the entire time, or just even have like white noise going on. And now it's small.
I don't think it's that.
Well,
No, I don't think it's that. I think it's jumping between different bandwidths.
Well, it could be that too.
Your internet.
Which, I mean, I'm not. It's just through Wi-Fi on this laptop. But even if it was plugged into my router, to be fair, it's not going to change much.
No, I mean it's still satellite internet, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not good satellite internet. It's not Elon Musk's satellite internet.
Ugh, you just soiled this whole channel.
Hey, his internet's good. The rest of it, the stuff that he does, I'm not a fan of. But I will say his internet is brilliant because he's firing off satellites into space, and then the best part about it though,
good.
He actually
space junk.
Well, what he did though, and I love this. Because a lot of Ukraine hasn't really had internet for obvious reasons. He actually launched a bunch of satellites.
No, he's bad.
He launched a bunch of satellites for the Ukraine so that they could all have free internet.
Why do you run away on Daddy, but not me?
And I love that. Now, it's not going to stay free forever.
That's what you have to say.
Cool.
My dog's in solitary confinement because he, twice in 2 days, he has decided to run amok outside of, I got outside, past the fence, and I had to chase his ass down and bring it home.
Doesn't do it for me.
The other day I was running out there in my bare feet, and today I had to run out there in a pair of socks. And I'm not talking just up the street. He was zigzagging in between people's yards as I'm walking past people's windows while they're playing on their phones and watching TV. I'm running by their fucking big open bay windows and chasing a dog. I must have looked a fucking sight. Brad says, hi, troll. Bye, troll.
Mommy, why is there a fat man going by the window?
I don't even know. I didn't stop. I didn't have a chance because that dog could outrun a fucking cheetah. He runs so fast, he can pick up his legs and still travel.
I need to know if you're okay.
What?
I need to know if you're okay with Jess dropping that portal off tomorrow.
I don't care.
I think she said around 4:30.
That's fine.
I'll have to bring her stuff down so that you can give it to her when she comes.
Jess won this absolutely gorgeous amethyst geode slice.
They call it a portal.
A portal. Oh yeah, it says the center's up. But I can't reach the one up there, but
I wonder.
So, for those of you guys who don't know, this is amethyst, and this is actually just a chunk off of a very large geode. The thing that Jess got is it's a portal of a piece of geode, a smaller geode. But it's
pretty sure
absolutely
that thing
gorgeous.
is like this big.
Huh?
I'm pretty sure that thing is.
It is that big. It doesn't look that big.
I'm pretty sure it is. It's
my god!
She said it's worth $150.
Yeah. And if you guys don't know, my girlfriend sells crystals.
Considering this, I think would be around 80 to 90. I want to say.
Yeah.
Retail. And the size of that, so double that. So I want to say it's
We'll see.
This big.
But yes, in case any of you guys don't know, Jess here, she sells crystals and other minerals and things like that. I had created her logo for her company the other week. I pull out one of her cards. There we go.
Yeah.
No. Which way do I need to go? Oh, there we go. If the ring light would... There you go. Crossroad Crystals Co. And then this is the logo that I created.
Cool.
If it'll focus. Focus? Oh, we got the big one. Just a new shirt? Wait, this is a new shirt. She actually got merch.
That's cool. I like that.
You can find it at... Is it on the site? Crossroad Crystal Co. I'll send you the link.
Or she can just go through the link tree on my Facebook page.
Well, yeah, there's also... She just put the link tree on her Facebook page, Kat.
You just go through the link tree and then you click on the one that says website.
But I think I could pull it up anyway.
It is listed under merch.
There it is. Well, oh, this should have your link tree. Maybe. By the way, you guys have any news or anything else you guys would like to chit chat about? Kat, why so serious?
What? Sorry, I don't know.
The Brad just says, "Why so serious, Kat?" She's looking at her phone.
I was not actually. You know, I'm looking right now, like at the game, and I've been going back and forth. Because like if I'm looking at my phone, I'm down here. So, yeah. Because you know, like the Flames are up 2-0, and I hope they can keep that lead.
There's her link tree. If anybody wants to check out her stuff, give her a like, give her a follow, maybe give her a share. Let somebody else that you might know that is into pretty rocks. Kat, I can send you that directly.
Yeah, I got it here.
On my site.
Oh, you got it already?
Yeah, and Brad said, tried starting my truck the other day and backfired sounding like a 12 gauge
That's
going
just a
off.
lot of like the carvings and stuff.
Good, you scared all the deer away.
Exactly.
What's us?
I said that's just like a lot of the carvings and stuff. I don't have any of like the towers and stuff listed.
Yeah. Well, if they join the live stream.
Not everybody wants to join a live
Oh, I
stream.
know. Oh, what is that saying? It's 2 after 12.
No, I don't know how to clear it
No, for you it's 10:30 right now.
because there's like a
At the counter.
yeah.
No, her LED speaker over there was reading it some weird, like it was 0002.
Oh, interesting.
some sort of
Ooh.
I was watching a guy. He makes epoxy and wood carvings in different animals and different things like that. He was doing a wolf, and he went to take up some of the space in the mold. Don't mess with the light. You realize how much of a pain it in the ass it is to adjust that so I don't look like a ghost? Come on, one more time. Oh no, that's not it.
Oompa loompa.
I hate you.
You don't.
I know I don't, but I hate you.
That's the one that you had.
I did, but not that bright.
It doesn't change the brightness.
I don't know. Maybe I was. It looks fine on here.
I'm going upstairs.
All right, love you.
Because unlike you, I have work tomorrow.
I have work every day through the week, but guess what? After next week, you could say you have work every day of the week.
Yeah, so I don't want to hear it. I am the breadwinner of this home.
Oh, shush. For once.
You're the bread eater of the home.
I make the bread, you buy the bread.
No, I have to buy the bread because my bun oven is faulty.
We're talking about Luca. The bun in the oven came out half-baked.
That's fair.
And tried to explode the oven.
Well, more like 3/4 baked. But
Yeah, it's like 3/4 baked, but yeah.
I can't make bread.
No, you make crusty dough.
He's not crusty. crusty.
A half-baked loaf of bread would be cooked on the outside and still gooey in the middle.
He was just kind of really small and wrinkly.
Small. So you dried him out.
I overbaked. I made a raisin. He did kind of look like a little raisin.
He was almost a month early.
6 weeks.
6 weeks, so a month and a half early, and he weighed just under 5 pounds.
Ooh, that's a light baby.
4.5 pounds. I documented the whole process. If you, not of her giving birth, but the leading up to it and then the after.
Would be heavily censored. Since
oh my god, they look like a murder scene.
They made me reenact a Ziploc bag. So
yeah, they did. They opened her up like a bag of Christmas cookies and then sealed her back up. Super glue style.
Nice. Well, hey, at least because it was kind of funny when me and Lance were working on this.
It's in here talking about this stuff, and there's new people in here. They have no clue that we just go randomly off the charts and don't always talk about car stuff.
Usually when I'm here.
So welcome to the chat VCMD. I don't know what that stands for.
Good night.
Good night. Go get some sleep.
I was talking to them, not you.
I'm sorry. I thought I was important there for a second.
Well, aren't you just narcissistic?
Oh, wow. Anyway, the troll has said goodnight. Get a drink and treat yourselves to the podcast of one of my favorite friends. Oh, okay, so he's one of your friends.
Yep. I physically.
Okay. Well, welcome to the chat. You are definitely welcome. So.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. Actually, his name is Shane.
And he gets it already. Grab a drink and treat yourselves to a podcast with friends. That's exactly what this is.
Yep. 100%. And it's.
Except for I am literally nursing this because this is the last beer I have.
Rip.
I did not go out and get more today. I wanted to, and I forgot. I have that crap, which I know is crap. I could break my tradition and use the last of my bottle of Jack before I have another one, and I think the world would burn if I break that tradition. I don't have any other. I have wine. I could drink wine. Anybody mind if I drink wine on live? I forgot I had like 4 bottles of wine out there.
You know, the one...
I cannot do a beer run in the middle of a freaking podcast, and there's nothing opened out here that would sell me beer right now.
Oh, Bradley, my live was fantastic. It went for about 4.5 hours. And...
Which one? The one I missed the other day?
Yeah, the one that I was doing the other night, yeah. And it was so funny because I just decided, you know what, I'm just going to go live and see where it goes. And honestly, that was like, it's my second longest live because my longest live ever is over 6 hours long. But
I lost my phone.
What?
I said, I'm back. I lost my phone.
She lost her phone.
You stole it.
I stole it. Well, no, because you've been on, well, maybe on your channel, your longest live, but you've been on my lives where we were live till 4 a.m.
yeah, oh, no, I was talking about mine, you know.
Yeah, because we start at 9 and we went till 4 a.m. So that's 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. So yeah, it's like 7, 8 hours. That was a whole shift of work we were live.
Ugh.
And I didn't even give you bathroom breaks.
To be fair, I just take bathroom breaks whenever. I don't ask. I just go. This isn't a job here. It's.
Yeah, but Brad, the closest Sheets I have to me is well over a half hour away. I don't have one close by. Again, I'm in the middle of fucking nowhere.
I don't even know what an 09 Suzuki Equator is. I'm gonna assume it's an ATV.
I'm guessing. Or it might be a snowmobile.
Oh, actually, speaking of snowmobile, I might be trading my Vruck for kind of a neat snowmobile. Actually, it's an older one.
Mm-hmm.
So this one, I haven't seen pictures of it yet, but it's a I want to get the details right.
Hey, hold on. VCMD, you're not the only one she sends voice chats to. Apparently, she sends them to all the guys.
Yep. Because sometimes it's just easier for me to, and people don't realize, with me especially, my brain at times gives out, and I can't do anything about that. But I can still talk, but I can't type at all.
Hey, you know what it is? Too many Carfax bound up there.
Totally. Oh, a Suzuki Equator is up.
You don't get to spit them out enough on this live stream, so you get all backed up and.
Yeah. So okay.
Oh, it's a pickup. It's a mini truck.
So, the snowmobile that I might be getting in exchange for my Vruck, straight across straight, is an 87 Yamaha Phaser. It is actually a built engine, like original engine, but built up a bit.
Okay.
Like it's got, so for anybody that knows, new top end. It's got a race pipe. It's got a long track to 136, and the tread is 1.5 lug. That's pretty good.
Basically, a hopped up freaking dirt bike engine, right?
Yeah, it's the original 480cc that's been bored 30 over with SPI pistons, PSI racing pipe, and Uni AirPods.
And you get it, and a week later it stops running.
Yeah, it's possible. Like that's the one thing. And basically, if he sends me pictures and it's just beat up, no, I'm not doing it. If looks to be in nice shape and taken care of, then yeah, I will.
Well, I mean, at that point, you gotta wonder if it looks nice and looks like it's been taken care of. Is it just been left alone, and so it's going to like not be very happy once you get it moving and going, or is it beat up because it's well used and is constantly taken care of?
See, the one thing is, it depends, because the ones that are generally beat up are also much harder to get rid of, too, because it's not something I would be keeping. I'd be...
Brian says he knows what a phaser is. Bradley says he doesn't like phasers.
Yeah, I mean, it's an 87, though. Like, older ones are really cool to me. I don't like the new ones. The style of the new ones just, they don't do anything for me. You know? They kind of remind me of, like, you know what? Actually, perfect example of this. Every new snowmobile, if you've ever seen the Hyundai T-Brons with the individual circle lights, it reminds me of that. It's just kind of alien looking.
Speaking of aliens, is there a name that I can, instead of saying, because my tongue's going to hate this, VCMD.
Call him Shane.
Shane?
Yeah, his name is Shane.
Okay. Well, we'll just have to keep using it repeatedly until I remember it. Anyway, so Shane's like he's got phasers on his spaceship.
Yeah, like and to be honest, with the phaser, I just use it for like a couple of videos and kind of bomb around Greg's property, and then I just sell it. To be honest, it wouldn't be in my possession for too long.
Brad says if you ask Chris, it's Polaris all the way. He bought 5 of them last winter when he was at his place. Yeah, he loaded 2 of them up on the front of the trailer when he was hauling my Nova down to the storage unit, and picked up his car.
Well, and someday, the only thing that has hung this up is just getting down there because, well, I don't have money, and gas can be expensive, especially where I'd be going. So, well, there is...
It's when you fill up at home and you keep an extra couple gallons in the back seat to keep you company and get you hot.
Well, I'd have to have a truck, though. My car's not going to do this. So...
We're just loaded up on that back of that duckwing.
Yeah, because that's totally going to hold up.
Yeah, strap it down.
Yeah, that plastic wing is going to hold up a 400, 500 pound...
That's what my kid thinks when he decides to stand on his freaking toy cars. You know?
But...
It's got wheels. It'll hold it.
Well, this, though, what's really cool about... Because there's a snowmobile that's in my grandmother's garage, but it's in Kelowna. So Kelowna is in BC, and it's about an 8 or 9 hour drive from here, right? And one thing if you don't know about BC, gas is stupid expensive over there. Like, right now here, it's reasonable. But
right.
It's an extra, like, 80 cents per liter over there. It's just insane.
I have a bone to pick with chat right now. We have the most people we've had in here in a little bit. We only have 4 likes. What gives people?
You have 5.
says 4.
Yeah, on my screen it says 5.
Mm.
But the one thing is, so anyways, this snowmobile is, even Bradley sees 5. I see 6 now.
Oh, now I see 5.
Now, and the thing is, so the snowmobile that I'd pick up, it's been sitting for the better part of like 20 or 30 years. So
is there somebody that I have blocked or something that it won't let me see 6?
I don't know, maybe.
Because on my end it says 5.
I don't know. But anyways, so also Shane, I used my crossfire ejection was pay for gas. I mean, sure. But
I thought he was using his phaser boosters to get gas.
Totally. But anyways, so this snowmobile, it's a 74, I think. It's a John Deere 440, which those snowmobiles, you don't see the old school John Deeres anymore, and the 440 was one of the badass ones. It's not a liquid fire, which that was their ultimate one. But, which I think the liquid fire came out in the late 70s. However, like, this thing is just really freaking awesome.
But now I have 7 likes? What the fuck?
Actually, yeah, it shows 8.
It says 7 now.
Yeah, it shows 8 for me.
8.
And so, Bradley.
Where are these likes coming out of now?
Because you complained.
Yeah, but there's not that many people in here. Unless they were from people that were here before that, and the people that were here didn't like. Anyway, I'm not complaining. I have likes now. I'm good. Okay, go ahead. Carry on.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't get interrupted 3 times while trying to say it, it would be nice.
Should I call Jess back down here?
Go fuck yourself.
I later.
Oh my god. So yeah, like this snowmobile, because it's been in my grandma's garage for the better part of like 20 or 30 years. It hasn't been started. It hasn't moved. But like I said, it's a 74 John Deere 440 snowmobile, which you don't see John Deere snowmobiles almost ever anymore because they stopped producing them, I believe, in like the 80s. And you're just having fun there, aren't you? That's okay.
Oh, now you got really small. I didn't make you even smaller. I'm not doing that. Making you travel around the screen. Yes, that was me. Making you bigger and smaller. That's not me. Because it's too hard to adjust your size.
Yeah, see, that was good. It's good. Just leave it. Just leave it.
Thank you, Shane. We can use all of the sharing as much as possible. That is the one thing that our podcast is lacking, is getting out to new people.
Yeah, hey, now it's even saying 10 likes.
I'm gonna get shadow banned now because somebody's freaking cheating. Somebody's putting in the up, down, left, right, left
that
button.
Was Jesse.
Yeah, see, they're using the cheat codes.
Yeah, that's inflating. You know, that's not real. Those are fake.
Yeah, wait, hold on. We got to do the up, down, left, right, thumbstick right. You know button mash.
You know, it's funny that I still remember a cheat code from a game called Mercenaries on PS2.
I used to remember a cheat code from the original NES.
That's.
I have since lost that.
Yeah, well, I don't know why. Like, granted, I put that cheat code in so many times, and I remember what it was for too. This cheat code was to get $10,000 cash, I believe it was, and and you just get the cash so you can buy your upgrades and stuff like that. Mercenaries was one of the most fun games ever made. The second one wasn't as good, but the first one was just incredible because, well, you were
now I'm losing Shane because Jesse's cheating. That's not fair.
Nah. He won't actually.
I know. I kid. Now, you know what that's from. You might be old if you know what that's from.
Yeah, actually, I do recognize it. I'm just trying to remember what it is. I've heard it before.
I kid.
Yeah, I do know. What is that? I can't even remember. Like, and that's the one thing. Again, my brain doesn't work the way it used to. So it's always
500,000 points to the person that can tell me what that is without cheating by looking it up. Only because Kat can't remember.
That's just mean. I'm not even in first. Like, what's the problem?
You're close already.
I'm not in first. I go top here. And then I didn't mean to gamble because I haven't done that in a bit.
Oh, I thought somebody was bringing it up.
Yeah, I just did. So Bradley is way the hell ahead of me by quite a bit. You know, because it goes Brad, Harvey, Jesse, me. And then Brian's beneath me, but he doesn't have very many points. So your T-Bird would smoke my Mustang. Even when my Mustang is done, your T-Bird would still annihilate it. So, for reference, Shane has a Thunderbird Super Coupe. Okay? That is the 3.8 supercharged T-Bird, but he's running 24 pounds of boost.
Ugh.
Like, and it's amazing that, you know, he hasn't blown up that engine, to be honest, that way. But he's built a few of these, so he knows what he's doing. Like, his knowledge is incredible, to be honest. When it comes to any of this, and he is an engineer. So, like, on a piece of paper, no joke, he did designs to actually, like, because he sent me a picture of it, for on my inline 6 to do sequential injection into it, which I'm like, I'm not doing that, but it's kind of neat, you know. How would I win? Like, granted, I finally have full throttle back in my car because I haven't had that for a while apparently. But how would I win that? I'm curious. Like, even when I have the car turbocharged, it's only going to run about 8 pounds of boost.
You know how you win that? Sugar.
Sugar? Oh.
Mm-hmm. Just a little bit goes a long way down that old fire juice hole. He won't be running long. Anyway, I guess nobody wants that 500,000 points.
I guess not.
Do I get to give it to myself then if I win?
I mean, it wouldn't put you in any decent standing in the thing. So.
I can always just give myself all the points I want. No, it's not from Big Daddy. And no, it's not from King Possible either. I don't think it's from Big Daddy. No. Not from Click.
Oh, yeah, it's
Nope, not Eurotrip.
Yeah, I just got a text from Lance to say, hey, my blue side cutters didn't make it home. I'm like, oh, I will look for those tomorrow.
Oops.
It happens. I mean,
stealing tools again, Cat. Is that like the Bic lighters and the?
No, I don't steal people's tools. I don't do that. It's just the one thing is that happened because when he went to go make that bracket, I was done working on the car and it was just getting cold outside, so I came inside for a bit.
Wait, Salem, Massachusetts?
No, Oregon.
Anyway, the answer to my question that nobody's going to get, I'll give it 10 more seconds. If you're going to throw in the last guess, I mean, might as well just make it a Hail Mary. Tools came home, Mustang is taking tools because it needs them. It knows what's good for itself.
I just threw that in randomly. I don't think it's that.
No, it's not the Big Lebowski.
I know it wasn't, but like I've heard it before. I know what it is. I can't remember.
It's from the 2000s.
That doesn't really narrow it down for me, to be honest.
It's like 25 years ago.
Well, if it's from the 2000s, it can be as old as 23.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, it's like 20 years ago. I don't know what the murder wagon is.
Actually, I'm trying to remember what his murder wagon is, to be fair. Because he's got some really cool stuff. Like, he's got... Actually, is that your Lincoln? Because his Lincoln, I might stand a chance.
Is the stuff on his channel stuff I'd be into? I mean, it's car stuff. I'm into car stuff, but...
He doesn't have a channel.
Oh, well, that sucks.
At least not a proper one.
There's a difference between a proper and an improper
Well,
one?
what I mean by that is like,
Does an improper one show nudity or something?
no, what I'm getting at is, okay, he has a YouTube channel. I don't believe he has content though. That's what I'm getting at.
So
So it's not a.
it's not technically a YouTube channel then. He has a username that he uses on YouTube to respond to other YouTubers.
Okay, see now against his Lincoln Mark 7, I might have a chance.
There you go. Anyway, the answer to the question that I was throwing out there, it was Triumph, the insult dog.
Oh, I don't think I've actually seen that, but I've heard the quote. Because actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pull up his Lincoln on the screen.
Triumph, the insult comic dog.
Oh, yeah.
He was the most potty-mouthed dog puppet you have ever seen.
Let's see now. I need to look. Oh, I hate that so much. When you're on Facebook on your computer, on the phone is so much nicer because it actually shows like you can go into the settings and whatever, and you can find every single picture and video that has been sent to you by one person. You can't do that on PC, and it's annoying.
Wait. You mean through your messenger?
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
How do you do it?
I do it all the time.
How do you do it?
Go to. Let me pull up so I can walk you through it. Shoot, did I close that tab?
That's boys. Because I do want to show you guys his murder wagon's so neat. Like.
Okay, so you click on somebody's name.
Yeah.
And it pops it down in the bottom corner. Click on the little blue arrow under chat settings. Open in Messenger.
Oh, I have to physically go to his profile. Okay, hang on.
No.
Well, okay, I have his shadow. I'm not seeing that.
Okay. Go. And I gotta go back. So, if you have the little tiny chat that's in the bottom corner, right? Next to their name is a little down arrow. You click on the little down arrow, and it says open in Messenger, view profile, change theme, emoji, nicknames.
Okay, well, there's the arrow there. Like, open a messenger. Okay, yeah, do that.
Open in Messenger.
Oh, okay, there we go. I found it.
On the right-hand side, it
I got
has media files, links, media.
I got it. The one thing is, I didn't realize open in Messenger that you had to do that. That's why. Okay. Okay, now I need to find it. So, yep, media. Scroll through. It's been a minute since you sent me a picture of that thing, so I just need to find it. There it is. Alright. Let's open this. And I know it'll take you a second, so that's totally fine. Share screen. Start sharing. There you go, when you have a second.
Hold on.
Now, and it's actually, this isn't a recent picture, but because it's blacked out completely now.
Okay, yeah, hold on. There you go.
So this is his murder wagon now, but I believe now though it's painted black, if I remember correctly. But
it's cool looking.
Yeah, right. Like it's very unique. Like it's very.
I'm taking it that the air intake on the top is more for satire than it is for functionality.
Oh, I think it works. He doesn't do stuff just for.
It doesn't have a blower underneath, most likely.
No, it's not. But it does work for catching cold air, though. Pretty sure. Because yeah, I do want to see if I can find.
I'm not sharing your screen until you tell me to.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just gonna look at his profile here real quick. And look to see if he has any more...
No blower, but the piping for the throttle body goes to it. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, it works as a cold air setup.
I'm gonna have to go get myself a can of soda.
That's fine.
We might have to have one of our infamous.
We don't need.
Be right back.
We don't even need to stop. We can just, because I have the power of tap dancing. You know that.
You're gonna tap dance yourself right onto the floor.
You know what I meant. I'm just trying to find any of his, because he has one picture of his Lincoln Mark 7
Bike
going completely.
was that drawing? Is he drawing something? I can see your screen.
Oh, okay.
They can't. Nice truck.
Oh, that one, yeah. I don't think I can find it here.
Oh, sexy pic.
Yeah, right? I mean, like...
As he's down in our chat.
Yeah, like, and you can see a little...
It was the one of you posing on the back of a car. I think it was you.
Yeah, it's him on the back of a T-Bird.
It was just fucking hilarious.
Oh, yeah, like, I mean, his whole Facebook is basically on...
Jesse told me to stop looking at the nudes. The only nudes I look at are ramen. Well, and maybe some craft.
Now, because I'm trying to think, he may have sent it to me on Instagram. Available?
Hey, there's a running. Just make sure you put in all of your passwords so I can see them.
Yeah, I'm logged into everything, so you're not gonna find that.
Hey, I saw me.
Wait, no. Yeah, because you're one of the last people I messaged, I think.
Oh, special.
Oh, no, okay, I can't... I forgot, he might not be on Instagram. Either that or for some reason I'm not following him on here.
VCMD Shane goes, what pic was that? And Jesse goes, it was the dirty one.
Yeah, I couldn't find the one picture I was thinking of. Because...
Shane, have you subscribed to the channel yet? Because hopefully if you do, you have your subscription list open. Because we all love to see the animations. What you're doing now?
Yeah, no,
we're watching YouTube within YouTube within YouTube.
Yes, I mean you or I guess I have to click the thing, don't I? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I can't do anything until you do. In fact, I actually already have it done. It's just not you're not going to pop all the way out until you do. There you go. I'd already done it on my end like minutes ago.
Yeah, I totally forgot. He said he just subscribed, so.
Okay, well, see. It might play in a minute, and it'll knock Bradley down a couple points on the the stream boss if he has it set up the right way. Who's making who ask questions? I'll hind it and send it.
He meant to say find.
Oh, okay. We'll just share it directly to everybody. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna just.
Yeah, it says it down there in the chat. So.
Oh, it'll be up here in a couple seconds. Waiting patiently at the starting line. Engines roaring. Oh, I'm gonna get myself demonetized for singing. I like that song.
Oh.
He's going the distance. How long are we gonna wait?
I don't know.
It was already up. I did not miss it. I don't think. Did it not play the sound?
No, I thought I heard through your end a little bit of car sounds, but that was it.
Now I'm gonna have to go back and go look.
Gotta love that shot. Love it.
I can hear whatever you were playing.
Yeah, Brian sent me a video of it's a 70 Chevelle that's idling, and oh, that thing is beautiful. And like, it's got one hell of a chop. Let's see. There we go. I was about to say, because it doesn't look like that anymore, the pictures that I had.
All right.
Here,
I'm kind of upset now. It didn't play the theme, though. It did knock Brad down quite a bit in points. It looks like.
So there we go. So I'm gonna open up.
Maybe we did miss it.
Facebook here. And open up my messages. Yeah, see, here we go. So this is what I meant to.
Hold on.
Yep.
Oh, it should. Oh, I have it hidden. That's why. If I do it right, if I put this above that, it'll screen share and have you. There we go. I got it.
Yeah, see, this is the picture I was trying to find. Right? Of him just sending it on the dirt with that thing.
Mm-hmm.
And now, because I'm trying to remember, like, is there much done to that thing power-wise? Or is it just, I know it's cosmetic mostly, but I don't know if he built the engine or not. Whoops, the wrong one. And then he showed this to me as well.
10-second car has 400. I'm guessing it's 406 horsepower.
406. Okay. Yeah. See, I'm still gonna get beat by that. For some reason, I thought it was a little more stock than that. Okay. And I'm going to stop sharing. Confirm.
I want to see if that worked. Ah, it did. Oh, no, it's still there.
Rip.
It's supposed to go away once. Let's see. I
mean, hey, my inline six with when you don't have the cold idle on, that thing sounds bitchin' when you first start it up. I love it. Oh yeah, like him sending it absolutely sideways. I mean, but that's always makes for awesome pictures, because like I have a picture of Stitch going completely sideways like that too, but except for I had more angle than he did.
Gotta one up him, huh?
Well, just a little bit, but I mean, my car. It was funny though, because doing that, I had at the time open rear end. I still had the one barrel carb on it. I didn't even have my dual exhaust then either. Like, it was stock.
It did pop up, and I missed it.
Oh, I
didn't hear it do the vroom vroom though.
Yeah. So 320 horsepower.
I'd already done it on my end like minutes ago.
Yeah, he said he just so.
Okay, well we'll see. It might play in a minute, and it'll knock Bradley down. I don't know why, and yeah, it was just weird. Just listen to me. I'm talking about. It'll come up in a minute.
Yeah, we can hear.
If he has it set up. Oh, you can hear that.
Yeah.
I can't believe it didn't play a sound. Now I'm gonna have to go back and go find out why it didn't play a sound. Yeah, no sound.
Yeah, but yeah, because.
Oh, that's so close. Like, what the fuck? All right, hold on.
Yeah, see, and Shane, both of your cars right now, especially, are gonna beat my Mustang. 100%. Either of my Mustangs, even though Stitch is faster than Lilo, but.
I wonder if it doesn't have access to the sound anymore for some stupid reason.
Like, I'd be curious. Ooh, nice. You can rev that thing to over $7,000. That's surprising. Because usually, like, 302s can get really hard to try and get that high of RPM out of. Because most people, I mean, to be fair though, most people don't actually build their 302s for high RPM. They usually build them just for more torque. That's kind of cool. Even though that it's a 406, but it starts out as that might start as a 351. I'm trying to think. They do, but most people don't do it though. Like most people building small block Fords, they don't put the heavier springs in them and the right intakes. But that's the one thing, though. With anything that Shane does, it is built extremely well. And, you know, he knows a lot of what he's doing.
Yeah, apparently it did not have access to the music that I had used.
I think all Lincoln Mark 7s actually had a roller cam in them from debut, but there were, unless it was an LSC, it wasn't a high output out of the box. That's the interesting thing, is like the Lincoln Mark 7 did not get the high output until they came out with the LSC. Okay, so no, so his was a non-high output then. Oh, is that what it was? I thought it was LSC only. But and even then, they didn't get the full high output engine, though. I do remember that. Like, because the Mustang got the 225 horse. For some reason, the Lincoln Mark 7 that weighs 1,000 pounds more, you know, didn't get the full 225 horse, which is dumb. I never understood that.
Who knows?
Or like, why didn't they? You know, I mean, they would have had to do a little differently with the Lions, but why didn't they put like a 351 in those too? Like, it just surprises me. That's all with that Mark 7. I love those cars, to be honest. I'd love to have one, but they're hard to find. Like, it's been a minute since I've seen one. Okay, yours is a 91. Okay. Yeah, like, and they're neat, and actually, I think, if I remember correctly, that was the only Fox body for its only transmission, excluding the diesel, because that's a weird one, to get the AOD in all of its years, I think. Because the Mark 7 started in, I think it was 83. Which again, they're just super cool and like super comfortable. I thought about for a while seeing if I can find some LSC seats to put in my car, but then I got those GT seats and they work, so.
Sorry, I'm just looking for that sound file, because I apparently have lost it.
Okay. See, and what most people don't realize is because there was a Fox body that actually had a diesel from the factory, and it was the Lincoln Mark 7. It was the only Fox body to ever get a diesel. And what's interesting, it's actually a BMW inline 6 diesel, I think, and they're very interesting. Apparently fairly decent engines too. Like they'll go for quite a bit, but trying to find one is almost impossible now. Oh, it's 5-cylinder. Okay, I couldn't remember. Like there's one. It's still for sale on Kijiji, but it's rusty, like quite rusty, and the head has been taken off. It comes with it, but it needs rebuilding, apparently, the head. But it's like, the guy was $800 for this thing. It's like, it's not even worth it. Like, you know, if it's running, you might get that out of it, but it's not.
What's the sitch?
Oh, you actually heard that? I thought I had it quiet enough where you couldn't hear it.
Nope, I heard it every time.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Anyway,
not complaining, just...
Yeah, and it was only 5% of all of those Mark 7s, and the diesel was only out for, I think it was like 3 or 4 years. And it's just surprising that they actually threw of all things, a BMW diesel. Because it's not like Ford and BMW, they didn't have a relationship with each other. Like, if anything, I would have expected like a Mazda diesel, but no. Oh, I take it that is one of your friends there, Shane.
To what?
Oh, guy came in the chat, Cameron Christensen.
Oh, okay. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat.
Yeah, and and he does say, yeah, like his cars are epic as hell. Seen him take down Hellcats. Oh,
I would say
that's his little brother. Okay, cool.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome aboard. I'm just sitting here trying to figure out why I can't find my freaking uploads. Are all of them down? Oh, I think I lost all of them. Let me try. I'm going to test a subscriber here. Random subscriber. No sound. And I just kicked poor Bradley the way out. I have no sound. Oh no. I'm going to have to go back and go fix all that. I bet you all the sounds are broken.
Probably, but I mean, you can do that after the live.
Yeah, I can. That I don't need to be live for. It just sucks because I had to hand record those sounds, and now if I accidentally deleted them somewhere. Oh, I like my phone. It reminds me that the S Pen is not in the S Pen slot. I need beer. I'm out of beer.
Well, it's just like Jesse spelt beer wrong, so I corrected him, and he corrected himself, and Shane corrected him as well.
I was reading Cameron's
for
custom whatever, and I read boobs. I'm not gonna lie, I read boobs.
Oh, yeah.
Right before a hot cam, I read boobs.
Which now it's interesting because a lot of people avoid the letter cams, even though they're fine. There's nothing wrong with them, but because there are technically better cams than the letter cams from Ford, but really,
would that be the B303? Is that the better 303?
The B cams, I believe, yeah, they're the hotter ones than the E cams. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna run and go get a drink because I'm gonna be really thirsty really quickly. You hold down the fort unless I'm gonna go to the BRB screen.
Yeah, all right, that's fine. I can hold down the fort.
You sure?
Yeah, I do this all the time on mine.
I have no idea. All right, be right back. I can still hear you, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. A 93 SHO 5-speed and you raced Shane, like, if that was a stock SHO, yeah, you're gonna get smoked. Although I would love to have an SHO, to be honest. Like, especially those first gens with the 5-speed, that'd be really cool because they're pretty rare. Yeah, well, I can imagine being 480 to lift. Like, that's basically, if you have the right heads on your engine, you can run that cam. But, like, for example, my 302, I can't actually run that hot of a cam in it. I'd have to swap the heads to do so because I have E6 heads, which is like the worst heads the Ford ever put out. They have what's called a turbo swirl for the intake, and honestly, it just sucks so much power out of it. Like, even if you port and polish it, it's honestly not worth it. Like, E7 heads are so much better, and they're not even that good of heads. And like the E6 heads as well, they're 7.5 to 1 compression. Like, just garbage.
You see that fat kid that nobody picked during dodgeball? He's better than you.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason why. Like, after all of...
That's what I pictured when you said that.
Well, even after all of my upgrades on my car. Now, it is a little bit of a tired motor, so that's one of the reasons why it's not, making a little more power than this. But I'm basically at stock power levels with all of my upgrades.
What did Cameron do 160 in? His Taurus?
Yeah.
Yeah, try doing 140 in a 77 Nova with no upgrades to the suspension or the brakes. And yeah, like, but I mean, no upgrades. I mean, it still had the 30-some-year-old suspension in it. No upgrades. Yeah, that's fun. The whole car wanted to lift up off the ground. I would have gone to 145, and then I would become an airplane.
Yeah, actually, Shane said Cam tried to kill me many times in an SHO. He took me down the hill and hit a $140 with no brakes.
That'll do it.
Yeah, that's scary. Like, I mean, and honestly, that's one of those things. Because like now, because I actually on TikTok, and I believe I may have done it.
That's like jumping on the back of an ostrich and then smacking it.
Because like on TikTok, actually, it's kind of funny because there's a video that I re-uploaded. I put it on Instagram as well, I believe. And the thing is, it was the first time I properly drag raced my car, which was against my buddy's girlfriend was driving his Mustang. And the thing is, it was so funny because my brakes were so bad at the time that when I tried to stage it and pin the gas with my automatic still in the car, I couldn't actually, the brakes wouldn't hold it. It would roll forward a little bit. You could see me do that in the video. So I couldn't completely pin it at the beginning.
That's what you do. That's what you do when what I did in the Nova. When I blew the ring gear out of it.
Yeah.
You drop it into neutral. You tack it up to like 2.5, 3K, and then you slam it into drive.
Yeah, I didn't want to potentially grenade the tranny. Just no.
I didn't grenade the tranny. I mean, I have a TH350. It's a superior to the Ford's automatic, but
I mean, like a C4, like I have neutral dropped that car once, and I was just scared that I was gonna break it again.
You know what I broke? Oh, I told you what I broke.
Yeah, the ring gear.
I broke I sheared 7 teeth off the ring gear, fucked the pinion gear all the way to hell up, and lifted the car about a foot and a half, about a half a foot off the ground.
We'll see.
Because it dropped into drive, which loaded up the rear, which tried to, you know, the tires were still kind of grippy, and I ended up spinning the leaf springs, and then when they uncoiled, it lifted the whole rear of the car up in the air, and of course then the tires started spinning, and they were going a good click by the time they hit the ground, and that just something had to let go.
Yeah, see, and I don't want to. Oh, and the camera's screwed up again.
Yeah, I know, because I tried to make you big. Because you were sitting there being small. So I thought it was going to sit at small, and it didn't. Hi, Brad. The sound's not going to work. Unfortunately.
Well, like, and something that, because with my car, because, like, it always is a little sketchy on the highway, just a little twitchy, and I don't know why it is that way, because I've gotten alignments on that car, and, like, and a four-wheel alignment isn't going to change anything, because you can't do anything with the rear end, you know, on those. There's no adjustment that you can make on the Fox bodies that way. At least my Fox body. But...
Oh, and it's my favorite one, too. That's going to irritate me. You know how hard it was to I had to find the music for that, then edit it down, and freaking turn it into something that a GIF would recognize.
Yeah, see, well,
I had to hand make those.
It did show it on the screen, just very tiny.
Right, it's showing it. It's all the sounds that are gone.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be tiny. It's supposed to be down in that back corner. Because I got tired of it covering up everybody's faces when it did it. So I stuffed it over in the freaking corner. But the problem is I did a bunch of house cleaning on the computer the other day to get Arc to download. And I must have house cleaned the sounds.
Yeah, I guess so. That's sad.
Yeah, it does. By the way, somebody at the cookie factory had one job. I'm not sure if it's gonna see like that.
Nice. And so Shane says when he dropped the clutch, he has broken CV joints, rear ends, 3 drive shafts, and 1 output shaft.
There you go.
But like, and that's the one thing, because people are like, "Oh, why don't you do this, this, or this?" Because I can't afford if the car breaks. Like, that's what people don't understand.
They think that because we're on YouTube, we make a shit ton of money.
I don't.
I haven't even brought home $100 in the last month.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna get paid this month, and
I don't know if I get paid this. I think it is this month I get paid, but the last 3 months I have not hit $100 out of, and it's ridiculous. I haven't done that in 3 years.
yeah, you know, and that's one of those things. Like, and even when I do, because you actually do get paid a little more than I do, because mine's in Canadian, right? My threshold is 100 Canadian. Your threshold is 100 American. Which, for reference, like 100 American, I think it's like 130 or 140 Canadian. So,
yeah,
you know, it's one of those things.
Well, it would just be easier for me to hit it then. Why I gotta read that now before I add it.
Yeah, no, I read it. That's
there's
fine.
nothing stupid. Okay, just make sure there's nothing stupid in it. Not that I would expect them to put anything stupid in it, but I had AAA platinum. Oh, yeah. I guess if you break it, you get drag it home.
Yeah, I mean, I've got AMA. I can tow my car like that, or if I'm close enough to Edmonton, I can just call my buddy and be like, "Hey, come get my ass."
I have friends with AAA. I don't need AAA.
My AAA only costs me like $40 a year. It's great.
You guys are not owners of a racetrack, so can't fix broken stuff like burnouts.
Yeah, well, exactly. Like, the one thing is, I don't mind doing like a burnout or anything, but it's one of those things, like, I just don't do them.
I think he was digging at Cletus.
Yeah. There's, and that could be too. But
did you see they broke McFlurry already?
McFlurry? Which one is?
Oh, you don't know about McFlurry?
To be honest, I don't really follow his channel. Like,
McFlurry was a Fox body that they stuck the new Godzilla freaking Ford engine in.
Oh.
And then twin turboed it.
Yeah, I have heard of that car. It's just
they broke it.
Yeah, and I did hear that they broke it. I just didn't know that it was called that. Oh crap.
Yeah, they lost a bearing, and possibly stretched a piston. Yeah, and I think they collapsed a lifter or two. Oof. Anyway, that engine's kind of hurt. But they've already got it. They've already got all the parts they need. That they already sourced out a whole rotating assembly for it, and are going to bore it 10th over.
Yeah, so make that big ass motor even bigger. Even though,
dude, it ran I think a 7 or 8 second pass in its first pass.
Yeah, well, you know,
it's test run. It's freaking shakedown run, and it already was below the 9.
Oh, yeah, well, you know, it's interesting that Ford actually put out this engine.
Had to copy an LS.
Well, okay. Here's the thing. So the LS is a copy of a Windsor, and then the Godzilla is a copy of an LS. You know, you look at an LS and a Windsor side by side; they're very similar to each other. Like, the only thing that really gives them away is a water pump. Like, because you can dress up an LS to look like a classic 302 very easily. Actually, it doesn't take much. But the only
I dare you to mistake my freaking my Pontiac engine for anything but a Pontiac engine.
For people that are uneducated, they wouldn't know. Because
they're definitely not going to mistake it for a small block Chevy or a Ford.
Well, if they're intelligent, they wouldn't mistake it for a small block Ford because distributor not in the right place.
Yeah, well, you're not mistaking it for a Chevy either because Chevy doesn't have an integrated water pump on the faceplate.
True. I mean, to be honest, I don't know a Pontiac engine to look at one. I really don't. Just like I don't know the Olds motors either to look at them, and I don't know the Buick motor to look at them.
Well, if you pop the hood of a Trans Am and you see an oil fill tube sticking out of the front of the intake, then you know it's a Buick. If you don't see one, then it's most likely a Pontiac, unless it's a Chevy 305. But at that point, then you're going to see a water pump that stands off the front of the block in front of the timing chain cover instead of part of the timing chain cover. Ford was mad because Chevy was on top, giving them a pounding.
Hey, you're not wrong. Like,
doesn't Chevy have a new engine coming out too?
They've got that. Well, if I don't know if they're considering that overhead cam flat plane crank that they have in the Corvette as that. I don't know for sure.
No, you have another new one.
Oh, okay. But like, and I know like Cadillac has had the Blackwing motors and stuff like that, which are different than an LS.
Bradley says he believes so. And Pilot is. If I found that if you break stuff, you get to pay for it.
Yeah. Well, that's how it goes. Like, and
if somebody asked me to do something, then I'm having them sign a waiver that if I break something while they're doing what they asked me to do, that they're paying for the repairs. I pop my tires, you're buying me new tires. I break a diff, well, you're replacing my diff.
Yeah, see, I've never worked on a 90s Corvette, so I don't know that pain.
Oh, the spider, the spider distributor. I forget. I think that's what they called it, the spider, or octopus.
Yeah, let's see. The only thing
it was behind the water pump, but in front of the timing chain, and it was I forget what the fuck it was called. OptiSpark.
Oh, OptiSpark.
Is it OptiSpark?
That does sound right.
I think that's what it was.
Like, because I know when I hear spider, I think of spider injection, and that was weird.
No, it was weird. I can't share screen. Well, it was on the earlier, was it LT Corvettes?
Oh yeah, see, like, cause when I hear spider injection or like spider, like
no, not spider
I'm
injection.
just saying, like when I hear spider in GM, I think of the spider injection that was on. It was 4.3 V6s and the last sort of iterations of them. It was a terrible injection system, like god awful. It didn't work worth for shit.
Yeah.
And like. Oh, those weird things. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I have seen those before.
I'm trying to figure what the slang name for them was. Somebody's going to end up getting it in chat before.
Yeah, so, I mean, Shane just mentioned something about... I think he meant to say I haven't heard of spider injection on the 4.3, or I'm not sure.
Not spider injection.
Yeah, he says I don't, so I'm not sure what he meant to say there. Because my buddy had a very screwed up setup in his what was that in? So he has this OBS Chevy from, I think it's an 88, maybe 89, I can't remember the exact year, but oh damn, it's word. The thing is, he decided, okay, I have this engine, I'm just gonna throw it in there, and then he does weird transmissions in all of his things. Like it is the
OptiSpark was the name of the actual. Sorry.
No worries. But so he had a 4.3 from, I think it was like an 05 Trailblazer, I think, which was like the final year of that engine. And the thing is, it had that stupid spider injection. Now, what's dumb, so he puts that into his truck, which I don't know why he didn't just put like a 350 in it or an LS. It's kind of stupid that he did this. But, and he even regrets it, to be honest. It has a 454 now, but the thing is, the transmission behind it, he just gets adapters built all the time to put whatever transmissions he wants in just about any vehicle. So it's got a 6-speed manual from a Cummins. And the Cummins transmissions are huge. So his drive shaft is only about like 2 or 3 feet long in a full-size Chevy pickup with a long box on it. It's hilarious. Like, I don't think with a short box he could actually have a proper drive shaft on that thing. He'd have to modify the crap out of stuff.
Just connect the transmission straight to the rear end.
Yeah, and you would probably have to, which is, I mean, actually efficient if you think about it. But
that's what they did with the CAD 500 Chevette. Stuffing a Cadillac 500 with a freaking full-size transmission into a Chevette. Literally half the engine was sitting literally next to you. You could use it as a freaking armrest. Bread always works. Bread works for getting bearings or pressed bearings out of dead-end holes.
So now, and Bradley just mentioned the Chevy engine that I found to keep up with the Godzilla engine is called the Illuminator. It's a 10.4. Well, okay, like a 10.4, that's such a massive engine.
Yeah, it's bigger than, I mean, the other thing, 500 cubic inch, that was my Caddy, that's only an 8.4.
Yeah, like, so
or 8.2 liter. And you're thinking, I mean, was it the 672? How big is the 672?
That's going to be close.
Because the Chevy has a 672. No, it's a 572. What was the engine? They have the, where did they make the 572 fuel injected a little while ago?
Chevy has a 572, which is basically a 454 that's kind of stroked and bored out. But what's interesting is Dodge also has a 572 that's a Hemi.
Isn't that the Elephant?
No, the Elephant is actually a 426. Like the 572 Hemi, it's kind of funny because one of my dad's friends, he has a 69 Roadrunner that has a 572 Hemi, and it's so funny when he would talk to people and he says, "Yeah, I got a 572." "Oh, you put a Chevy engine in it?" No, Dodge 572. And he'd pop the hood for them and show, "Hey, look, it's a Hemi." Like badass. A 572 is essentially like an old school 426 that's just bored and stroked and stuff like that. You had diagrams for a 5.5 liter that's based off of 3.8, like Ford 3.8 or GM 3.8? Okay, yeah, so you actually had the good heads then on that.
Where did they put it?
Okay, Ford.
Downloads?
And, it's just one of those things where, like, to be honest, like, I love the small block Fords and stuff like that. And, I mean, obviously, I screw around with the inline 6 more than the 302. It's just, I like the inline 6 due to, like, it's interesting because the inline 6, I have actually a snappier throttle response on that thing than that 302. Even though the 302 has a superior carburetor on it. And, like, also, the car's just faster. Like, I could do upgrades to that thing and make it better, but I'd have to rebuild the engine, to be honest, for it to be good.
I'm trying to figure out where it sent that. I had show in folder. What folder did they put it in? Oh, okay. I know where it is. All right, where to put it?
What the hell is going on?
I saw that I put it in here. Where is it?
Cadbury gets control of the face-off circle.
There it is. I sent you a picture of the Cadillac Chevette.
I mean, I'm not shocked that it's that far back in the chassis. You know, because it's wild. Like, people put big blocks in those, and I don't know how they shoehorn them in.
They didn't. They just cut out the... The engine is literally sitting where the dashboard should be.
Yeah, actually, the best one that... So...
It's no longer a Chevette. It is now a very small van.
Well, there actually... So, there is...
I have way too many screens open now.
Like, my dad, back in the day, he's described it to me, and he showed me a picture of it once. But I don't know...
What are we playing, Brad?
I don't know where that picture is, to be honest. But he found... This was in the 80s. Some insane bastard put a 426 Hemi with an 8303 4-speed manual in a bug. Now, the thing is, instead of, extending the frame on the front, whatever, he decided to... He mounted the engine beside him instead. And so, literally, like, there was no heat shield on the motor or anything like that, so the engine is directly beside him as he's driving down the road. Wildest thing ever. Like, I imagine it gets stupid hot in there. But it's like, wow, like, I've never seen anything like that ever.
I am amazed. That car still exists.
And of course,
the Chevette? Like, most of those magazine cars, they just, like, after they were done with them, that was it.
Yeah, did you even hear anything I said?
It maybe. Not. I don't know. I was sidetracked. You guys love me.
Sometimes.
ADHD, I mean, what did you want? I was big engine, small car.
Yeah, well, I was talking about a big engine in a small car as well. Like, my dad, he has the picture of it.
Shoehorn something into a Volkswagen. I heard that part.
Yeah, it was a 426 Hemi, but it's how he did it. Because he did not mount it in the back, and he did not extend the front end to mount it. So how he figured the easiest way to mount this thing, I don't know how this is easy at all, he mounted it beside him. So the engine was right where the passenger seat would be. And he had a weird-ass linkage with it, because it had an 8303 4-speed manual, but basically, the linkage, like, so the shifter... The thing was about 4 or 5 feet long, so he could shift the damn thing properly, because otherwise, like, it wouldn't work. And just absolutely wild. And I wish I could find that picture. I don't know where it is. But yeah, my dad found this, like, it was the early 80s. And he took a picture of it. And it just, like, that is the most wild thing I have ever seen, period. And nothing will beat that. I'm sorry. Like, that Chevette with a CAD 500? Yeah, sorry. 426 you're sitting beside is a little more badass.
Yeah, I guess.
It is. Well, also, CAD 500 was never designed as a performance engine, though, either.
No. No, you're right, it wasn't.
Like, and yes, and can you get performance out of them? Absolutely, you can. But they do have a fatal flaws, though.
Oh, that didn't work.
Yeah, I was gonna say it just like covered up the screen completely. Now, see, I wonder. Actually, I do want to try something here because I wonder if that's a thing too.
What?
Let's move that over there.
Nope, that's not it.
Because I do want to see. Because I wonder actually with that going big and small, big and small, big and small. If it was when I was moving the camera because it was on top of my laptop. I just thought about that.
I don't think so.
And like I.
That sucks. It can't really. There, I can put it over here, maybe.
Hey now, I have not done a dyno run with that car, and it makes more than that. I'll tell you that.
See, that makes 56 horsepower when she goes to the freaking local horse show.
But you know, like an actual like horsepower is a weird sort of metric because 1 horsepower is actually like 3.5 horses, like actual horses. So it's kind of weird that they use that as a metric.
It was it was designed. It was a specific way horses pull shit. Pretty sure it had to be the term horsepower came to be in the 1700s when inventor James Watt was trying to explain the power of steam engines. He took the time to watch ponies, averaging how much power they produced in a minute. Watt came up with the estimate that an average pony produced 22,000 foot-pounds of work each minute.
Yeah.
So it's more like pony power.
Yeah, well, see, and actually, because what you just said there, that's actually how they came up with torque.
That's
not horsepower. That's where that came from.
He added 50% to his estimate and began calling 3,300 foot-pounds of work horsepower.
That's interesting.
So how does that translate in today's engines? If your vehicle had an engine that produced 1 horsepower, your vehicle would have the same strength of a pony that pulled 33 pounds of coal for a full 60 seconds. So the difference is the difference between horsepower and torque. Torque is the amount of work that can be done. Horsepower is the speed at which it can be done at. It's how fast the work can get done, not how much work can get done. There's the difference.
Yeah, okay, that does make sense actually, because because what Shane just said, horsepower is torque versus RPM, which I mean
that is the mathematical formula, but the original way that it was equated was 33 pounds of coal drugged in a minute, and you can find math to do the other way, yes, but that's not how it originally came up with. Yeah, kind of. Okay, here we go. Here's a little more. This one, it's a little more in depth here on this one. We'll just read the article then. Scottish engineer James Watt knew he had a good thing going for him in the late 1760s when he came up with the greatly improved version of the first commercially available steam engine. Thomas Newcomen had designed in 1712. By adding a separate condenser, Watt's design eliminated the constant coal-wasting cycles of cooling and reheating required by Newcomen's steam engine. Besides being an accomplished inventor, Watt was also a dedicated realist. He knew that in order to prosper from his ingenuity, he had to actually sell his new steam engine to a lot of people. So Watt went back to work, this time to invent a simple way to explain the power of his improved steam engine, so that way potential customers could easily understand. Knowing that most people who own Newcomen's steam engine use them for tasks involving pulling, pushing, or lifting heavy objects, Walt recalled a passage from an early book in which an author calculated the potential energy output of mechanical engines that could be used to replace horses for such jobs. in 1702 book, The Miner's Friend, English inventor and engineer Thomas Savery has written, so the engine which will raise as much water as 2 horses work together at one time in such a work can do, and for which there must be consistently keeping 10 or 12 horses for doing the same. Then I say, such an engine may have made a large enough to do the work required in employment 8, 10, 15, or 20 horses to be consistently maintained and kept for doing such a work. Coining the term 10 horsepower. After doing some rough calculations, Watt decided to claim that just one of his improved steam engines could produce enough power to replace 10 of the cart pulling horses, or 10 horsepower. Where is the... and in trying to calculate the power of a single horse, Walt began by watching mill horses at work, lashed to the post attached to the mill's central machine shaft. The horses turned the shaft by walking in a 24-foot diameter circle, approximately 144 times in an hour. Watt estimated that each horse was pushing a force of 180 pounds. This led to calculated that 1 horsepower was equivalent to 1 horse doing 33,000 foot-pounds of work in 1 minute. To reach this conclusion, Walt pictured a single horse raising a 33-pound bucket of water from the bottom of a 1,000-foot deep well in 60 seconds. That amount of work, Walt concluded, equaled 1 horsepower. And the chat is going nuts, and I can't read it. I can just see it scrolling.
Yeah, basically, Jesse even asked, "Is this what made horsepower?" And Shane's like, "See what I started." They don't. It's okay. You don't have to finish. You're good. That's essentially what they're saying right now.
Okay.
Because even I was like, okay, we get it. It's okay.
I don't know. I was having fun reading the damn article. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Nope. It was
okay. Fine. It's axed. It's gone.
Good.
And Brad's telling me to keep going. All right, let's go back.
No. Oh god. But yeah, so it's
You just asked an ADHD person a question. They're gonna hyper focus on it till they have the answer.
See, I have mine in much better control than that. Like that.
This is me you're talking to.
I know you have no control over yours. Like I mean.
I do.
No, you don't. No, you do not.
Ish. So when I want to, sometimes maybe. A little bit.
Pilot, it's not. There's nothing he can do about it. That is my internet doing that.
Okay, so the way that I am running the capture of her screen, it is capturing the resolution that is being put into Skype. That is really bothering.
It is all over the place. Like
it's all over the place. I don't know what you were doing.
I'm not doing anything. Like my internet is bad. Okay, like so the thing is, I did a speed test a little while ago, in the middle of this, and
it's not audio connected.
No, it's not because
it doesn't matter if she talks or not.
Yeah,
it still does.
Yeah, I've been silent and it goes back and forth. But I'm not.
Who's picking their nose?
I'm not picking my nose. I was itching.
Am I picking my nose?
I was itching my nose.
Well, again, when she's talking, she's using more bandwidth. It's having to pass more data through the stream. She's like right on a bubble of 2 different bandwidths, and it's just popping back and forth. Yeah, it's scaling to the size of whatever the bandwidth is she's putting out. And considering I'm using what is called an NDI source to capture her incoming cam signal. So basically I'm capturing the cam signal that's going into Skype. And so whatever resolution her internet is broadcasting, that's exactly what my NDI source is broadcasting. Whereas Skype will make adjustments for that and keep the window the same and just change the resolution.
Yes, and I actually wonder if I could cap that. So
Just keep it at a certain resolution.
yeah, like I'm gonna see if I can do that. I don't think I can though.
Keep it down to like 480.
Yeah, 480 or even 720. You know, that'd be fine. Like this is a 1080
I
camera.
think it already is natively at 720. I gotta find out where did I put you? Oh, you're all over here.
There we go. Find the settings here because I'm just looking.
Oh wait, no, that's not it. There it is. It's over here. Oh, my earphone just fell out and went flying.
There we go. Audio and video.
It should be under webcam settings.
Yeah, I'm there right now, and no, that's not there. It has such basic. Like, if I click that, there we go. Okay, let's see here.
What about the anti?
Oh no, here we go. So I can go in here because I can change the frequency, but I don't want to do that.
That's your flicker. That's your flicker. That's like if you have LED bulbs and they run at a different refresh rate than your camera, and it looks like you got like a strobe effect going on because the LEDs are flashing at the same synchronization that your camera is recording in.
That's fair. Well, actually, I wonder. Okay, if I get rid of that, you know, that might do something. Actually, I'm not sure.
I don't know what you do.
Well, because there was actually this thing on called low light compensation, and I wonder if that was just overdoing it because
it over brightens your screen so that way because you're darker now.
yeah, and I mean I'm fine with being a little darker. It's not the end of the world.
You only flicked a little bit back and forth.
Yeah, so it definitely did something. And I'm just looking here because, like, I mean,
I gotta go retrieve my other earbud. It went that way.
Okay, that's fine.
Be right back. By the way, hi Harvey. I did see you pop in. Did not get a chance to say hi. We had upwards of 8 people in here at a hot minute. I don't know. I guess my reading caused them to leave. You were staying put. You were bad.
Okay, well, that's the best I'm going to be able to do here, so.
You're still flicking back and forth.
Yeah, and there's not much I can do.
I don't know if there's anything. I don't know if there's anything I can do on my end.
No, I don't think there's anything I can do on mine. Like, it just, my internet is bad. Like, so I like, download, when I did it, it was like 12 point something, and it was 1.89 upload. So it's just, it's horrible. Like, if we were not doing this through, like, YouTube, and it was just Skype.
Just Skype?
Just Skype.
Well, Skype will make... Well, also, Skype would also compensate for you flickering back and forth.
Yeah, and YouTube doesn't.
It'll just change your video quality instead of changing the size of your actual video. I forgot the S in still. Oh. I see. If everyone's still there, comment hither. I'm the only one that matters. The rest are bots.
Great.
You gotta watch, because hither is really close to another word that could get me demonetized. Make sure you spell hither correctly.
It would be kind of difficult to spell the other one with hither. You'd have to add letters.
Oh.
That's...
Well, you just have to get rid of the H, add a T and an L. And the T and the L are kind of close to the H. You know, fumble fingers.
Well, see, actually, you know what? I had a thought, actually, with this. So, what if...
I have a sister named Heather.
So, like, what if, actually, for this, instead of having me in the middle here, if I was in the position you're in and you're in the middle, would it change?
You're still gonna bounce all over the place.
Would I? Because, I mean...
Here, hold on. We'll.
And it's just worth a try, right?
I am willing to entertain the thought. So I don't even actually need to move mine. Just move yours. I'll just boop. Boop. Oh, hold on. Ooh. I need to bring that one forward. Okay. I'm getting good at it. Oh, I gotta adjust a little bit, but
Yeah, because I mean, actually, this might work.
nope. You're
Oh
still,
no, it's still doing that. Okay.
I told you. It's not. All I'm doing is resizing and moving the window. It's not changing the window itself.
Yeah, that's fair. I wasn't thinking that way. That makes sense.
I'm amused.
Yeah, it was just something to try, because maybe it was like, I mean, obviously it's my internet, but I was almost thinking like, you shrink the pixels, maybe it's better.
I'm supposed to go into settings and click on enable keep screen one size.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like, it's not quite how it works.
I can try. Let me go check in the settings and see if there's anything bandwidth. Let's go with bandwidth lowest. See if that changes anything. Oh, now you're really small. Let's see if you still move around.
Oh, and I screwed something up here. Whoops, I meant to...
I'm gonna put myself back to...
There we go. Yeah, change that back, because I was just curious. So, I'm just wondering if I can change something in here myself, because... No, that's not going to do anything, I don't think. That's fine. General. Queues get running, yep. No, because I can't even find, like, because I'm actually trying to find, like, a bandwidth setting, because maybe I can change that on my end. And it might make a difference.
Well, I put your bandwidth down to a smaller bandwidth, and maybe that might do it.
Ah, okay. You do that on your end. Fair enough.
Now my mind-blown shirt is being hidden. By the way, if you want that gorgeous shirt you see over there on screen, you can find it at NOVAtazz.com and help support my channel. Jesse's already bought one. They don't all come in pink. You can pick your own color. I actually kind of like it. It's pretty cool looking.
Oh, it's a neat design.
Is it all? It is all.
What's with the hate on my car? I am very confused about this.
What car are we hating on?
Shane, for a while.
He is jealous. He's jealous.
Like, both of my cars are fine. That's the funny part. Like, it's funny because the only problem I have with my 81, it just happens to be with that carburetor. I literally cannot fix that unless I swap the carburetor. Because it's just a stupid design. And you know what? It seems like it's working.
Yeah, you haven't flicked anything.
Yeah, so there we go.
Because I'm forcing it to keep the lower bandwidth. I told you it was a bandwidth issue. You're putting out a high bandwidth, and then you're putting out a low bandwidth, and a high, low, high, low, high, low. And every time you bring out the different bandwidth, you're increasing the video size.
Yeah, and hang on. You tell me excuses, but actually it's true. So the problem I'm having.
Well, truth is not necessarily not the same as an excuse. You can have an excuse and it be the same.
Yeah, but
You know, your excuse can be truthful or untruthful. It doesn't change the fact that whether or not it's an excuse, though.
Yeah, but Shane doesn't actually know the reason why. Yeah, ooh, now it's all, ooh, it's blurry. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know if that's your end or yeah, it's definitely your end. That's blurry, not anything I did.
Yeah, it's on my end. I haven't touched anything.
You're killing. We're slowly. I feel like I'm drunk and I'm slowly sobering up.
Yeah, there we go. Because actually, let's just see. Okay, if I move, does it? Can't do that, and then see if it focuses properly. Yeah, okay, it does. Okay.
You were blending in with your chair. I didn't know what to do.
And it might have been that, to be honest.
You are wearing a tan shirt and a tan chair with brownish color
I
hair.
didn't realize gray is tan. Okay.
It's your lighting.
True.
You obviously have a yellow tinted light bulb in the house. You know, just like I'm using a yellow tint. Like I can change how I look by changing the color of the light.
Oh, see, I can change stuff if I wanted to here.
See, I can turn a nice blindy blue. Actually, that's still more of a yellow light. This is a really blue light.
Yeah, I could have like backgrounds.
I just think that the warmer color. There you go. Oh, there. Oh, hi, Kat.
There, see? There you go.
I can give you my NOVAtazz background.
Pretty interesting.
I've done that too.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. There's a blast from the past right there. Yeah.
Oh my God, where'd you get that?
It's not it's the basic backgrounds that they give you.
It's okay. Look, I got.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only problem is when you start moving. You know it.
Well, I don't have. I've been beheaded.
You got decapitated.
Yeah, it doesn't edge detect very well. Oh, that's new. I got a sparkly rock.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm out in the field.
You'd like my?
I'm out in the field now. A farmer.
I'm not commenting on that one. Oh, I can look like I have a nice bedroom behind me.
Yeah, I did see that one too. Like they have a lot actually.
No, they just blur the background. You can just have it blur the background. Then nobody sees the mess.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Nice and blurry in the background. And you know what? That actually might be better.
It's puts more focus on you.
Yeah, but like, I do wonder if that actually would be better. Because it's not.
Well,
it's not trying to pick up the stuff in the background near as bad, right?
Well, the camera, your camera is still going to. It's being blurred after the fact.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
So your camera is still going to be picturing up the whole crystal clear image. It's just you're blurring the background in a post recorded state.
Fair.
But they do like the blurred background. Oh wow, he's out because. Since when do we ever stay focused on anything? Wow.
I was gonna say, I mean, we were trying some stuff and we were kind of playing around.
He said he's leaving because we're playing instead of talking about cars.
Yeah.
So when do we ever just talk about cars? Thought that was the whole point. I don't know if I've ever been in a garage and literally just talked about cars the whole time we're chit-chatting. It always ends up diverging to, other shit that goes on. I'm offended. I'm being trolled.
But anyways,
I'll just sit here and play with my new phone. That's all.
But the one thing is, because with Shane, like, just saying I have excuses for my car. The one thing is, like, the reason that, and it's not really a major problem, to be honest. Just with that carburetor, I can't get the idle down because the cold idle screw is actually, I don't know if it's incorrect or what the problem is there, but with it currently where it sits,
Is it all the way backed out?
It's not all the way backed out. No, I could take it out and the idle would be fine. But that's the problem. I kind of need that cold idle. right? So I can't do that. Because otherwise...
Well, no. As the idle stop, there should be something else that holds the idle open when it's cold.
Yeah, that's...
That screw should be the idle stop screw, which is the lowest point it would let it drop.
The idle stop screw is on the other side of the carburetor. That's...
We sure?
Yes, trust me. This one I know, because I can adjust that one when it's just started up and cold, and hey, look at that! The idle is increasing by quite a bit, and you kick it down, it's back to that 1,000 RPM again. Trust me, this I do know. There is a cold idle screw, and there is a stop idle screw. One.
The stop idle screw is your lowest minimum RPM when the engine's warm.
Yeah, and that's all the way backed out, and you can't, because you put more to it, it just increases the RPM. Like I mentioned, it's on the cold idle side that's making it stay open a little bit. If I take the screw completely out, I can actually get it down to the 650 RPM that I need. I'd have to take the screw out, though, which means I have no cold idle settings whatsoever. Again,
I'm trying to think about that, because either...
that carburetor is the problem.
So, the thing is when the engine comes up to temperature, that cold idle screw should no longer be affecting anything.
Yeah, well, it is hitting, because the one thing is,
But the thing is the other screw hitting once the cold engine gets warm.
Let me explain... So
I'm trying.
So the thing is, because it's all attached to the same shaft as it is on the throttle end, and it's keeping it just a little bit open, because of that screw that's hitting. And I don't even know if it's...
Do you know the exact model of that carburetor?
It's a Motorcraft 2100 from '68, I believe. They did change the designs a little bit throughout the years.
You don't know the actual model number?
No, not off my hand.
So you said it was a Motorcraft what?
It's a 2100. Like, and that's the problem. Now, like, I probably wouldn't have this problem when I go to the Holly. Like, and this is one of the things I don't like about Motorcraft carbs. You don't have the adjustments that you do with a Holly, right? Or even with like an Edelbrock or anything. The Motorcraft carbs are just basic. You just throw it on your car and you go. You know, you can adjust it a little bit, but not much.
I'm literally looking at an exploded view of that carburetor right now.
Yeah, because like they're on. So because
I mean, this is the stuff that I went to school for.
Yeah.
And
for sure. Like, because I will say the stop idle screw is on the front of the car, but the cold idle is on the back.
Right. Idle mixture screw. You see, you have an idle mixture screw, and then they have an idle. No,
idle.
So 50 and 51. Where's 50 and 51? All right, so 50 and 51 is on the opposite side of the choke. Towards the front of the carb, down low. By the pump assembly. And that is your mixture screw and your idle mixture screw spring. There are several idle mixture screws for the 2100. Match the overall length and thread size. All are 8-32. That's an idle mixture screw, not a throttle stop.
Harvey is asking if he can show this diagram on screen.
He can send it to you.
Yeah, sure. If you want to send it to me, and then I can put it up on screen.
Yeah, he can't because unless he's in, he pops into the.
Well, no. He's talking about if you can.
Yeah, I can't because for some reason it won't let me. Oh, you want me to send you this? The one that I'm looking at?
Yeah, that's what he was talking about, yes. What else would he be talking about?
I have no idea.
Oh, this is not the one I wanted. Shoot. I can do it anyway. There we go. Okay, there, I'll do that, and then I'll click share screen here. And I know it'll take you a second, but that's fine.
I'm waiting for it to show up on... Oh, I gotta move this one. Sucks, it's a tall image instead of a wide image. Because down lower is all the different... Does it look like yours? Oh. I'm looking for... Right here. That would be number 39. It's a pump rod. It's idle mixture. Which is funny, because that if you turn that all the way in, it should be cutting off fuel. Well, that shouldn't screw into the bracket. That should screw into the carb, and what it does is it's a needle and seat, and there's two of them. There's one on each side of the carb on the bottom side. Those are your idle mixture screws. You're talking about this one back here underneath of 38. Yeah, that's your idle stop. That keeps it from closing too far when the idle is warm. There should be another screw. So that's your main stop. That is dead nuts, will not close any further than that. There should be another screw or cam lever that holds the throttle open when the electric choke is not fully open. Like the Pontiacs do. Yeah, it's the same way mine is. There's a tube that goes down into the intake right above one of the exhaust crossover port, and the exhaust gas is passing over it, heats up the pipe. which then opens up the choke. So you might have accidentally, by removing that heat riser, also eliminated the thing that holds open the throttle when it's cold. And so you're compensating by using the idle stop to hold open the throttle when it's cold. Well, I can't see because you're that's your bolt that holds your choke assembly to the main body. I'm trying to look for the chat. Fast idle screw resets on the fast idle cam when cold. Yes, rests on the fast idle cam when cold. Base idle looks like it connects to the pump rod. Yes. Where is there a fast idle anything on here? Okay. Well, we can't see it. That's fine. Okay, so there is a fast idle rod. Hold on. Wait, you said you sent it to me? Hold on. Yeah, but I can't see that it's too small. I'm going back to go look at this again, and because from the factory, I'm trying to see where that even is. Because from the factory, your fast idle was controlled by on the backside of your choke. There was a plastic cam lever with a rod that goes down to a boss that looks like it's. Let me send you this one, and you can scroll down. Copy, paste that to you, because this one looks like it explains it a lot better. And it's got nice pictures. I know why. You're not muted anymore.
Okay, so yeah, I don't. Okay. Yeah, it is the fast idle screw on this. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly where it is.
Where?
When you scroll down on that thing to the second diagram that they show.
Figure 4?
It
says at the bottom of the picture what figure it is.
It's 2.
Figure 2.
Which actually says that.
Fast idle oh, okay, yeah, that's the
one that affects the fast idle, and then the one thing is like that itself is actually holding it open a little bit, because if I haven't fully taken that screw out, but it looks like if I did, I'd be able to actually back my my throttle cable out.
Well, the thing is what that's supposed to do. Okay, you see. Well, they can't see what you're looking at because you're still looking at that other picture.
Oh yeah, hang on. Let me open that here. There we go. So, whoops! I did not mean to make that smaller. Let's just try to move you out of the way. There we go.
So, if you look at it, that lever pushes. You can't see what I'm talking about. So, scroll down more. More. Right here. Next one down. Or actually, either one of those will work. Because they're two different styles. I don't know which style you have.
I'm just looking here. It's this one up here.
The top one, the single piece.
Yep, it's that.
Okay, so what is supposed to happen here is that fast idle screw rests on that cam lobe. You see see how it's got different levels? There's 3 different levels there. The main flat part, then it drops down to where the screw's sitting at there, and then it drops one down one more time. When the choke is open, when the choke is cold, this lever swings out, and this fast idle screw holds the throttle open. When the choke warms up, it moves, which is allowing the throttle to move all the way closed. You have something not working in that general area.
Yeah,
there is something not moving that cam.
Yeah, I know this. Like, because the choke works just fine. Like, I don't have problems.
But it's not connected to this cam. That needs to be connected to this cam for your fast idle to work.
It's interesting because the choke is still connected to it, and the fast idle works just fine. But like I mentioned, because I can adjust the fast idle, like as soon as I start up and adjust that screw, it does the RPMs pretty quick.
Right, but what it's supposed to do is, as the engine warms up, is that screw is supposed to move down that cam, which closes the throttle. So as that cam moves, so right now it's on the second highest setting. As the cam moves, that screw will drop closer to the center of the cam, and eventually, when the choke warms all the way up, it should drop off the end of that cam. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. Like, and I have.
And so it's not moving, and it's being held open even after the engine warms up.
Yeah, well, like I mentioned, right now, I can't really fix that. Like, it's just that way.
No, there's either a spring that's missing, that's keeping that fast idle cam from moving, or there is a rod that's not connected to it that's not causing it to move. Because as the choke opened up, that cam should move out of the way and let that screw and that lever move all the way closed. That fast idle screw is just a small adjustment to fine tune the RPMs at those different load points.
Oh, I know, and like, because the one thing is, like, yeah, because the one thing is, like, even if I manually do it, because
if you manually turn, don't manually turn the screw.
Okay, if you let me fucking finish, stop.
I'm listening.
So I can actually, like, with this whole fast idle cam here, if I can actually, like, manually hit that back, and it doesn't actually, like, change anything. Like, it will, like, it's still connected to the choke and everything. Like, it absolutely is. And it.
All right, so point to the cam that you're moving.
So, well, this whole apparatus here, like, I can actually move this bracket manually if I want to, and it doesn't change anything other than the choke is open. That's it. Okay,
so as you turn that fast idle screw should be pressing against that cam wheel.
Which it does, yeah.
Okay, and when you change it down to the next step, your idle should drop.
Yeah, and now, okay, so that does actually work like that, yes. But it doesn't drop to what I mentioned of the proper RPM. It just doesn't.
It should drop off of that cam.
Yeah.
So that last step there, when the choke is all the way open, that last step should fall away, and that should allow that fast idle screw to literally drop into nothing. In other words, it's not hitting anything anymore.
Yeah, and see, and it doesn't work that way, and I don't know exactly.
Where does it stop at? Does it just stop at that last step?
Yeah, it doesn't go off of it.
Okay, then what you need to do is you need to set your fast idle screw at that last step to be smaller than your idle stop screw. Does that make sense?
Not really. Like, I kind of understand what you're talking about, but the problem is
your idle stop screw should be minimum idle.
Yeah, which it doesn't.
If your fast idle screw is set to a higher RPM at that last lobe than your idle stop screw, then it'll never reach down to that idle stop RPM because your fast idle is still holding it open.
Well,
you have.
Okay, I'm trying to think of how to explain it as to the reason why that's not working. Exactly how you're suggesting it. Like, this carburetor doesn't work 100%.
All right. Shane says the bottom arm could be loose and not moving the plates.
And it could be that. Like, honestly, I am going to be getting rid of this carburetor, so it doesn't really matter.
How soon?
Fairly soon. I mean, and to be honest, like, the idle is not really affecting much. Like, it is affecting like fuel mileage in town, especially, and stuff like that. But overall,
this is not the car. Is this the car that you?
It's my daily driver.
It's still an auto. So this is the manual one or the automatic?
Manual. I don't drive my car.
Yeah, I mean, it would matter more if it was the automatic, because it could be bringing the idle up enough to engage the torque converter, which could.
Yeah, like this was perfect for when it was an automatic, because we could not, like, with the automatic, like, we were able to bring it down ever so slightly, but it hated it. It liked this higher setting. And then now, like, after putting the manual in, trying to adjust it, it will not go down because of the thing on the back. Like, and this, to be honest, it won't, like, the only thing that it affects is, right now, is where my idle is set to. And of course, like, it's going to affect fuel economy around town a little bit. But overall, like, the thing still runs fantastic. And I don't really have any other problems other than where that idle is set to. That's it.
Well, and that's the only thing that's going to affect is your idle.
And again,
it's not letting it drop all the way down to warm idle speed.
Which again,
because the fast idle screw is holding it open.
Yeah, just ever so slightly. Yeah, it's not like holding it open to like 2,000 RPM or something stupid. It's like 1,000, 1,100. That's it. Like, and the fast idle, I have it set to 2,000 RPM. And that, once, I kick it down off that fast idle, because I have to kick it down manually. It won't do it on its own. You have to kick it down.
So why do you have it so high?
Why do I have it so high?
Will it not run? Will it not run at all if you bring the fast idle speed down a little bit?
When it's -30, hell no. You have to have it that high. Like, it.
Do you have it all the way up on the top part of the cam, or just the second step?
So when you first started, it's at the very top of that, right?
And that's where you have it set at the high speed.
Yes.
And then it only drops down to the second one, or does it drop all the way down to the first one?
Well, there's only 2 total here.
Should be 3.
No, there's not. There's only 2. So
you have the one right above where you're at.
Okay, so where my mouse is right now, you have where that screw is actually currently set. That's the first one. Down here is the second. There's no third.
Yeah, it's the step above it.
But no, you can't get it up there. It physically, it will not do that. No, there's no setting here.
The cam won't open that far.
No, it doesn't. You'd have to take the screw out completely for it to do that. Completely. Because look how long that screw is. It doesn't do that. This whole apparatus would have to move completely for it to do that.
How you're supposed to set that is you open the throttle, and the spring should throw that cam all the way down. So it's so that the fast idle screw sits on that top rung. That should be your full fast idle, and then as it warms up, it'll step down to the second one. And so when you open the throttle, it pushes that lever that the fast idle screw is on out of the way, because obviously you're opening the throttle further than where the fast idle is set. That's called setting your fast idle. And then when you let go of the throttle, the cam has now moved in the way and will now keep that idle open where the fast idle is set. And like I said, as the engine warms up, that cam will slowly turn, and it will reach the second plateau. And then when the engine comes completely warm, it'll set on the last one. And that last one should be at or less than your stop idle screw. The top one should be where you want it to be when it's dead nuts fucking cold. You only have 2 adjustments, which is why you're over adjusting the first one. So it should open all the way up to that top landing when the engine is cold.
Just looking at some.
Dead
I'm
nuts
just looking at some of the comments here because I haven't been able to read them for a bit.
Dead nuts cold. Yeah. So that's what I was just doing. That's why I saw dead nuts cold. Yeah, it's the choke spring's not pulling that cam lever all the way down or all the way around to that high cam, that the high lobe.
Yeah, see, and now the one thing is, I wasn't the one that put this carburetor together, because I will mention. I will mention.
Didn't say you were.
I will mention
Go
one
ahead.
thing. This carburetor is a mixture of 3 different carbs as well. Let me. Roy Marco is actually the one that assembled this carburetor for me.
Okay.
This was, so the base of it is, and the top is a 60, I think it's 68, I want to say. I could be wrong on that. But it's like 66, 68. The choke itself is from actually a 2150, like that electric choke. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And the 2150, basically, the main difference between a 2100 and a 2150 carb is that 2150 had provisions for emissions. That's really it.
Okay.
And then the other one was just one he had lying around, which I don't even know what year that was, for that one. And we had to combine a bunch of elements, and like I think we had to do different throttle linkage and stuff like that for some of them. And I don't remember what all we combined, to be honest. And again, it was Roy that set it up, not me. So that's one of the things that I just don't know, because again, it's a bit of a Frankenstein carburetor. And that's one of the problems too, I'm sure. But like, and that's the one thing though, like this carb won't be on the car for terribly much longer. Like,
I know, it's just one of those things of, again, it's, you said my ADHD being I don't like not fixing a problem.
Yeah, see, and for me, like, this is such a minor issue. It's not going to break the car. It's not really doing too much to it, and I'm fine with it the way it is. You know, it does.
Yeah, this is probably a me issue. Just wanting to make it right.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it would be nicer if it was better. Don't get me wrong, but right now, like, it's not a huge concern because it works, and with adjusting much right now,
if you scroll up to the two actual pictures.
These two?
Yeah, these two. Mm-hmm. Go up one to the first picture. Does it have that plastic cam behind the choke?
Let me look at that picture again.
With the rod that's connected to it. Because that's what moves that fast idle cam.
Give me a second. I gotta look at the video again.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
So, once I zoom in on that area, no.
What is that cam connected? Is there a rod connected from that fast idle cam up to something on the choke?
Yeah, there is a for the choke itself, because
No, not the choke itself.
No. What I'm mentioning. So like that
Okay.
that so the one metal, like the fast idle rod, like it. Hang on.
So if you go to the bottom picture of the things that that we're looking at?
Yeah, like I don't have that plastic, like, because it's not plastic on mine, I don't think.
It may not be plastic, but it should be of a similar use.
Yeah, like I'm just looking at, because like I'm trying to look at the pictures, like the stuff that I have, right? Like
right. That is what opens and that's what moves that cam to change positions as the choke opens. So as the choke opens, it pushes that rod down, which moves that cam to let the fast idle screw hit at a lower and lower RPM lobe. If that cam is not moving, then that fast idle screw is not going to do anything.
Yeah, and like, well, to be honest, like,
well, except for hold it where it's at.
Yeah, I mean, like with the fast idle, because like the one thing is, with any of the cars that I have fast idle on, regardless, I have to kick it down, no matter what, because it will actually just increase. Because even my Holly carb is the same way. My Holly 4-barrel on my 302.
Wait, say that again. I was reading the comment and I missed the very beginning of what you said.
So, like with the fast idle, and I've always had this with any of the carburetors, excluding that one barrel because it didn't even have a fast idle setting period on that carburetor. It was a piece of shit. But the thing is, my Holly 4-barrel and this, you have to kick it down no matter what.
Well, what it should do, okay, so bear with me. When you first start the car,
yeah,
especially with anything that has an electric choke or these heat coil chokes, when you first start the car, if you have not touched the throttle, that fast idle screw will be all the way at its closed setting. So the cam won't move, and that screw is going to be all the way in the closed setting because the last time it ran, the engine was warm, and so that cam lobe was out of the way. As soon as you bump the throttle for the first time and move that screw out of the way, the spring tension should flop that cam down, allowing that screw to rest on the very top lobe as soon as you let go of the throttle. Okay, that's called setting your fast idle. And as that carb warms up, and as the choke warms up, that cam will slowly start to move. And when you hit the throttle again after that choke has warmed up a little, it'll cause that cam to move a little further out of the way and let that screw hit the next landing, which will drop your RPM by however much that lobe moves. You can actually even adjust the different steps by making that landing higher or lower by filing it. And then of course, as that choke warms all the way up and that cam moves out of the way completely, it lets that screw hit either the last setting or off of the cam completely, and allowing the stop idle screw mixture to fully take over your low idle speed.
Yeah, see, man.
If that rod is not in there, that cam is not moving, and so it is not adjusting anything. It is a dummy set speed. It is being your low idle speed mixture screw, because obviously your other one's not doing anything because it's never getting to that point. And if you're saying that you've always had to adjust that, yes, you have to burp the throttle to get it to move down to the next step.
Yeah.
Once it warms up to a point. But that's the same way with the Chevys. But if that cam's not moving at all, then burping the throttle is not going to do anything. You would actually have to go underneath and physically move that cam out of the way. Because there's nothing to move it because it's not connected to the choke.
Yeah, and I mean,
so there's probably your issue. You're missing that linkage and that connection to the choke fast idle cam.
I don't have to manually go under the hood and do that ever.
You gotta burp the throttle.
Yeah, I have to.
That's normal.
Yeah,
that's normal.
Yeah, and I have to do that, and then that's it. Like, it does work. It's just I don't know exactly 100.
Something's not working right.
It's really not and it's something either back there or there's something else with the carburetor, and I truthfully don't
Either the cam,
100%
either that rod is too long. Okay, either the rod is too long, so when the choke is all the way open, it's not pulling that cam out of the way far enough, or maybe the rod is too short, and it's not letting that cam spin all the way to the fast idle position, and so you're not getting that you're not getting the full range of that cam. It seems like it's only stepping from medium to low. Or 2 to or 3 to 2 instead of 4, 3, 2, 1. It depends on how many steps it has. Chevys have like 3 or 4 steps, but you're only getting 2 out of the steps that it possibly has, and so you're having to over adjust for it by making it by losing your lowest idle speed.
Well, see, and
to be able to maintain a high idle speed when it's cold.
and something else that I've had a theory on for a little bit too, because I do have my my timing set a little hot, like not super, but it is set at a base of 15 degrees. Would that actually affect any of this?
No.
No? Okay.
Mm-mm. No. This is, you said you have the choke set at 15 degrees, or your timing?
Yeah, like the distributors, that's where it's at.
Yeah, no, that's not what's going to affect this. This is literally that linkage and cam not working correctly, and you're either not getting the full range of that fast idle cam, or you're not getting it at all.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
if that rad's not connected to the right linkage on the choke, then you're not going to get you stop that. Let me get rid of that. You're compensating for not getting the full range. So you're either choosing to not have enough RPM when it's cold outside, or having too much RPM when it gets warm. You are choosing obviously the one that's going to make best for you, which is you have RPM when it's cold out, but you're not getting the full. You're just, it's like that not having full throttle. You have that same issue, but with your fast idle, you're compensating for being up here because you can't get both.
Yeah, I got it. And to be honest, I don't care too much. Oh, and actually, so he actually did mention. Hang on. I was just looking at the chat. Scrolling up a bit, Shane did mention in the 60s the rod was bendable. There was no plastic bracket.
Yeah, well, and I told you about adjusting. That's why I told you to go through those things, and actually you have to measure. It's got to be a certain measurement.
Oh, no, that's not what we're talking about there. That's not that bar. He's talking about a different bar. He's talking about the fast idle bar there at the back.
Right, that one on the side.
Yeah, not the one that's up front. Not that one. That's the one that you were telling me to bend.
But no, I told you to go. Right, but I told you to go through, find one of these manuals like I have that I just pulled up here that gives you a walkthrough of step-by-step of how to adjust it. And they give you specific measurements for things in millimeters because it's that important. I had to go through and completely adjust a carburetor that was on my inline 6 when I got it, just to at least get it back to factory and baseline. Then I can hot rod the carburetor a little bit depending on my not factory wants. So obviously, factory is a little conservative because they're trying to save the vehicle for the longest amount of miles they can. If you're trying to hot rod and get a little more power out of it, your adjustments are going to be a little bit different, but you still need to be able to set them back to baseline to know where you're at so you can make the adjustments you need to hop it up a little. So that's why I was saying you need to know where factory is. You need to know where baseline is to know where you need to go. But there's diagrams like this where they literally walk you through and give you all of the measurements, because I've had the Chiltons and Chiltons when Chiltons was good before Haynes bought them, and the big dealership manuals that literally walk you through how many turns in the idle mixture screw needs to be, how many what is the distance, how much slack is supposed to be in this rod, how long is that rod supposed to be, because people fuck with shit. People just go in there and bend shit just because they think that they're doing something. And then you get it. You don't know that it's not factory anymore. And you're like, well, why is this thing not working? It's stupid. It's garbage. It's junk. No, it just needs to be reset back to the way it should be so you can make your adjustments. Because if you don't, you're making adjustments for an adjustment that was already made and you have no idea where you're at.
Yeah. Well, see.
It's like somebody going in your room and completely rearranging your room, then putting a blindfold on you and telling you to go find something in your room. If they didn't rearrange your room, you'd know exactly where it was, even if you're blindfolded.
I guess that's true. And it is possible, because the one thing is...
I agree, Bradley. Haynes ruined Chilton, big time.
The one thing is, initially what you were talking about to me, when you sent me all that information, was...
That was a quick 50-second...
Yeah,
50-second search.
No, and to be honest, I didn't look too heavy into it, to be honest. It was just one of these things. Because I didn't care that...
There was a lot more information. There was a lot more information in there than the stuff I had actually pointed out. Because they literally walk through adjusting the whole carb from top to bottom.
Yeah, and because the one thing is that I do know, because we were initially just trying to figure out, okay, idle, and the one thing is that one bar that's up front is supposed to kind of do the bar that attaches to the power valve. The thing is with that, you're supposed to bend it to certain things, and I actually did. I did look at that sort of stuff, and
yeah, it's the measurement. This is the clearance measurement before and after you bent it.
Yeah, but even where I bent it to, and looking, and no matter how I bent it, it didn't change a damn thing.
The thing is when you bend it, you're making the distance between point A and point B. If you bend it, you're going to make it shorter. If you straighten it out, you're going to make that distance longer, which is changing the distance that rod is standing off of the pump valve. So the lever, so that rod connects to a lever, and that lever it pushes in and out the pump plunger. And what they wanted you to do was bend the rod so there was a specific distance between that lever and the pump when it was at rest. So that what that does is that sets, okay, so as she pushed the throttle, there's some open space before it connects to the pump, and then once that closes that space, then it pushes the pump in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does.
So by bending that rod, you were telling the pump when to add extra fuel under throttle. It was not the right picture to send you, but that's what that one was doing. So that measurement was the delay from the time you hit the throttle to the time it gives that little extra squirt of fuel into the carburetor so it doesn't lean out. You close that distance, it's going to give that squirt of fuel earlier, which could flood it. And if that space is too wide, it's going to want that fuel and it's not there.
Okay, yeah, I was just reading Shane's stuff there. So yeah, it is that
they do have special tools.
It is that bar on the back, so that could be bent in certain ways. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Which I never saw that with the back one. I only knew that with the front one for the for that. Which right. and what I found, with bending it and even straightening it out, because I did just about fully straighten it out at one point. It didn't change a damn thing at all.
Well, it changed that one of the long one in the front. Oh my!
Well, no, because the one thing is what I was reading on it was that so that should actually affect the idle just a little bit, not a ton, but just a little bit, and then that's what you use the stop idle screw to get your exact. That's what I read, and yet it didn't do any of that. So I have other problems, and that's why I want to just get rid of this. I have that 2-barrel Holly that is going to be put on hopefully within the next few weeks, to be honest. But right now it doesn't. I can still drive the car just fine, and it's not a big deal. It's just annoying. That's all it is. It's just annoying.
No, I mean it's a quality of life thing.
Yeah, and and to be honest, it doesn't. Especially in the wintertime, it doesn't bother me if my idle is actually about 1,000 RPM anyways. Just because
hey, Harvey,
I got that more heat.
Harvey. I run a fiber laser at work. I am the best one to run that laser because I messed up enough shit to learn how to fix my own mistakes. You always learn more by fucking shit up than you do by fixing it right the first time. There you go. Shane says you can always call him.
Yeah, and I mean, and the one thing is, it's like, just with this one, it just hasn't bothered me too much. Like,
see, and people hate on the Quadrajet Rochester carburetors. I'll tell you what, for a stock carburetor, they were one of the best fucking carburetors out there.
Oh yeah, like, to be honest, like, oddly enough, the stock 4-barrel from the 60s
Congrats, Brad.
Ford carburetors, they were Hollies, and they were actually pretty good. Like, those Hollies
On the Fords.
On the Fords, it was Hollies out of the box, and those Hollies were fantastic carburetors. Like, those carburetors,
Which
can actually be worth a pretty penny.
Yeah. Hollies were based off of Carter? Was that what the Rochester's based off of?
I don't know.
Brain farting.
To be honest, I'm not really sure, but like, because it's interesting, like, the sort of 600 CFM Holly brand new carbs you can get now are very similar to what Ford was running on the.
But I don't think they
Ford.
were Hollies back then. I think
they were Hollies. I promise you that. Because
you sure they weren't Carters?
nope, they were Hollies. Carter was Dodge. Carter was with Dodge, and then of course they had the thermoquad later on, but which was, I don't think that was a Carter design, but
I don't know. I like my Quadrajets.
yeah, and Quadrajets are honestly, they're fine. You know, they're a fine carburetor. Like, these motorcrafts,
A lot of adjustment. I mean, the only thing that I get jealous about with the Hollies, especially, well, at least with the double pumpers, is the fact that they have the fuel lobes, the cams, for adjusting the fuel input curves. Not whereas Quadrajets are more linear. They just have a slow progression from open to close. And they're a little different.
yeah, see,
But then again, they don't really need that because the fact that they're not a spread bore, they're a spread bore, not a square bore.
yeah, see,
So they have the different valve sizes.
yeah, and actually, because now Harvey did mention that Chrysler did use Quadrajets in certain applications, which I've never even heard of that, but
The original carb on the Ford was a Carter YF.
see, in the 60s, it was a Carter. And the Carter in the 60s was actually quite decent, the 1-barrel. Later on, there is a Motorcraft version of that is actually fairly decent as well. However, my car originally...
Wait, who's dissing on on Autobrock?
Like, but the original carburetor that was on my engine was a 1-barrel Holly, and that carburetor was not very good. I had almost no adjustment whatsoever on that.
You didn't need it for that car, though.
No, but like, you could not adjust anything.
Rochester is Quadrajet, and the Autobrock is based off of the Rochester. And I will freaking... I for a street-driven car, at least a GM street-driven car, there is nothing better than a spread bore carburetor because they just run so much better. I am not saying a track use, a Holly track use, sure. But if you are doing a streetable build, a Quadrajet is the best thing for a GM, whether it is an Autobrock or an actual Rochester. Okay, go ahead. I'm done ranting.
Yeah. Well, because I was going to say, like, because the thing is, with the 1-barrels, and actually, I believe the Ford 300 used them as well, but they had a removable intake, so you could put 2 barrels and 4 barrels very easily on those. But, like, was with mine, and there's an interesting Venturi effect that my engine does have as well, that people don't think about either, because it's a unique situation with that. Because... not that this makes a difference, but the carburetor actually has to be mounted sideways, so it does affect a couple of things, but nothing major. But the thing is, it is going from a 2-barrel to a 1-barrel setup. So the Venturi is weird.
Right, but as long as the thing is it being sideways isn't going to affect it because it's still a single opening that it's going into. It's not like you're running a dual plane intake like what was on my on my Pontiac, where by turning it sideways you're changing where the main and the secondary jets go, because they're still both going into the same main.
The only thing that it affects, like, and again, it's nothing major, to be honest. Like, there is something with my car, and I mean, and it's with the float the way it is, because honestly, if it was the right way around, I wouldn't have any issues with the float. But I can't actually adjust the float to where I'd like it in this application with the current.
Because when you hit the throttle, all the fuel goes to the wrong side of the float?
See, it's not when I throttle. It's if I hammer on the brakes, the car will stall. Like, if I completely lock them up. And that's, that's fine.
Because you're throwing the fuel away from the freaking... from away from the fucking needle. Damn it, fucking talk.
Yeah, see, and the thing is, that car does not run rich. That's the interesting thing. That thing actually runs really well. Like, it's perfect, just about. I would like to get a dyno tune to see exactly where.
Unless he's talking about the Holly on a. Unless he's talking about a Holly on a GM.
Maybe. But I mean, really, that, and like, because actually what I was mentioning before with the 1-barrels. So yeah, Ford initially used a Carter design, and the Carters were actually pretty decent. But then they moved on. So Motorcraft.
The best carb is a working carb. Sorry. Go ahead.
But then Motorcraft actually copied the Carter thing, or maybe they bought the rights to it. I'm not sure exactly how they did it. But anyways, and then they had their own version of it, which actually was fairly decent. But then in the late 70s and early 80s, Holly decided they were going to make a version of it, and it was absolutely junk. But that's what Ford actually went with, was the Holly design, because it was cheaper. And that's why I got rid of that carburetor. It was a piece of crap. No matter what you did, you could have rebuilt it. It still was horrible, because you had no adjustment whatsoever on it, other than you had a simple. Basically, it was just the idle mixture screw. There was one, and that was it for adjustment. Period. There was no, and somebody mentioned earlier that it would have had a high idle. It didn't. I remember looking at that carburetor all throughout. There was no provisions at all on that carburetor for a high idle. Period. So that's why, like I mentioned in one of my things, that most carburetors have a high idle feature. Not every single one does, though, because that Holly didn't. And there was you couldn't see anywhere for it to be mounted. Yeah, see. Okay, cool. So you're saying that, and so is Shane. Okay, you guys want to give me the about $2,000 to pay?
Yeah, you don't want to know how much I spent to do this EFI swap. If I would have known that, I probably would have just rebuilt the Rochester that was on the freaking car.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's the cost. And for me, for it to be optimal for my setup, because like they do make a 2-barrel version of it, which works.
They make a 2-barrel and they make a 1-barrel too.
Yeah, but the 1-barrel, no, because the 1-barrel can only
it'll still pump out.
1-barrel only holds like 150 horsepower. That's it.
Really think your car is making more than 150 horsepower with that inline?
When I put the header on it, it will. That's the thing. I'm right now about 120 or 130 to the crank, not to the wheels.
I don't think you're bringing out another 30 horsepower by putting a header on it.
A long tube header on those things give them right about 40 horsepower out of the box.
Okay.
Like, that's just what they do, because that's how restrictive that cast iron exhaust manifold is. Plus, also, it's a center exit one as well, which doesn't help. With flow and stuff like that. And it's very, very restrictive. It's not good style. Like,
Shane, you need to watch my channel. I've been dealing with this EFI swap for what? I mean, I had started planning it back before COVID. And I know he's being silly.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm what, close to $3,000 into this fucking rabbit hole now, and I don't even have the car running yet. I mean, the EFI itself was $1,400. Then you get the Dizzy was like another $7. Don't. What am I not doing?
My cat.
Oh. And then, you know, I mean, geez, radiator fans, electric fans, fuel pump. Would you stop?
Yeah, hey, I have a reliable car. It just doesn't, get the idle down where I want it to. That's fine though. That's it.
Oh. But yes, at the end of the day, my car is going to run way better than it would have by rebuilding the carb. But I would have been out so much less money rebuilding that carb, and it still would have been reliable. The reason that I don't have the original carb on the car anymore is because A, it never ran with that carb since I bought the engine. Because I bought that engine with that carb, knowing that carburetor was shot. It would need bushings on all of the butterfly shafts. It need a complete rebuild, and I don't have the drill press to be able to make a straight enough bore to be able to install the bushings and all of that stuff. And for me to send it out was going to cost me around $700 to $800. And at the time, I figured, it's only a couple $100 more to go EFI. If I would have known that rabbit hole was going to be another freaking $250 another $2,000-ish down the freaking rabbit hole, I probably would have just gone with the carburetor.
Yeah, and for me, because I know I can do it a little cheaper with the Holy Sniper than you can, because there is some things, because people have it down to a science on these engines, to be honest. Like, people have done it, and you can get it done for about, I think it's $1,200 American total to get it all done. And
what? EFI on your car?
It was.
What are they running with?
That is the Holy Sniper kit with a 2-barrel. That's running.
How much is that?
It is $600 or $700. I can't remember for sure.
Well, so it's half the price of mine.
Yeah, exactly. They're not super ridiculously expensive. Like, it's about the price of a nice.
Okay, so are they running a external fuel pump then?
Yes.
Yeah. See, I have an internal fuel pump, which wasn't cheap. It was like $100 and some. So what they're not running a EFI controlled distributor, which means they're not getting the crank signal.
Actually, no, they do. So they actually run. I'm trying to remember which distributor it is.
Or do they already have a distributor and they're running a dual sync conversion kit for the stock distributor?
You see, and no, they're not. They do replace the distributor completely. They run. I'm trying to remember. There is a. What is that distributor called? I've seen them before. I've even seen them on, later, like 5-liter cars. Some people.
I'm trying to. Nova, I do online video.
The thing is, he's a wizard when it comes to this EFI stuff. Like, he mentioned earlier that he wasn't exactly joking about that with the injectors and stuff like that, which it doesn't.
Oh.
That's why, like, when he rigged up that sort of design, he's like, yeah, and like he could actually build that fairly easily for me. It wouldn't cost me like a ton of money if I did it his way. But it's not. The problem is you're doing a bunch of custom stuff that it's not replaceable very easily if something really goes wrong. Because
I'm just hoping all of this stuff works because my warranties have all long expired already. Not to mention, I don't really think Holly likes me completely ripping into their harness and yeah.
Well, to be honest, Holly is usually pretty good, even if you're outside of the regular warranty. But if you tell them everything, they're usually pretty okay. Like, if it happens to be an issue with the actual sniper unit itself or the computer, they will replace that for you. That's not a problem. Usually with them.
I don't know. I just want to hear the damn thing run.
Yeah, see, and I don't want to go with the 1101 barrel because it only holds like 150 horsepower. It's awful. Like or at least it might be a little more than that, but not much. I don't like the 1 barrel setup. I'd much rather have a 2 barrel setup. And now the one thing is, if I was gonna go to, I even want to do this on my intake anyways, is to machine it out.
Usually, rule of thumb is if you only have the distributor sensor, it's multi-port injection. If it also has a crank sensor, it's what's SFI? I'm not used to. I don't know all of the.
So SFI, I've heard of that before.
Or is that single port?
I think what he means by that, SFI.
Or did he accidentally meant?
Like I was thinking CFI, but I have heard
sequential fuel injection.
Oh, okay, that's what he meant. Yeah.
I don't know. I know that Holly uses the crank signal from the distributor, from their Hyperspark distributors, to be able to fine tune, not only the carburetor tune, but also it also runs to do the injection, not the injection, the timing. The ignition.
And that's actually, so I just thought of it now. The distributor that they actually use typically is the MSD distributor for that specific setup, and it works great with it.
Yeah, but there's two different. There's the there's their old school distributors, and then they also have the new style that like my Hyperspark is, the dual sync.
I'll see, and that I don't know.
They're two different things. Like the dual sync it's not really even a distributor much anymore. More of a fancy crank signal. Yes, it does still distribute whatever, but it doesn't have the stuff on the underside of the distributor like the old school distributors do. It just has a circuit board down there that's basically just looking for crank signal.
See, and
then the aftermarket control box is what does all of the thinking.
You know, Harvey, you can technically run a Duraspark distributor with
yes you can
with that, but what people have found though is it's just nowhere near as efficient.
No, because you're losing the crank signal that the computer is looking for, and you're not letting the computer control the timing at that point. Which is why I went with the Hyperspark in my system, because I was originally going to do just the throttle body. And then when I realized that I'm kind of, cobbling through the freaking gate with one leg, the other one's tied behind my back, I figured, might as well, if I'm going to go in, I might as well go in all the way and get the distributor, so that way the computer has control of not only the air-fuel mixture, but also the timing.
I know I hyped you up, Saber, but can you just leave me alone for 1 second here? I'm just trying to type. There we go. We'll play with my cat.
What is vibrating back here?
Yeah. I'm making a talk about my cat.
I see.
I did this on purpose, though. Anybody? Get your paw. Ah! But and that's one of these things. Like, I would like to go, because you could. And I haven't seen this on a 200, but I've seen it on different engines. People have cobbled together, even on other inline sixes, of just taking people taking the TBI system from a Chevy and making it work on other stuff. And that is the cheap way to do it. You can technically do that. but you're limited on so much stuff if you do that, though. And, like, could I cobble something to get something like that together on mine? I probably could, but am I going to? No. I just don't want to. See, and, like, but really, like, I just prefer my carburetors, though. Like, I wouldn't mind going to injection, but I just don't know injection. That's my problem. I know...
A lot of people don't.
And, like...
I mean, I didn't know injection that much before I started this down this freaking rabbit hole.
Yeah, and that's one of the... Like, with carburetors, like, I can... As long as there isn't something wrong with the carburetor, I can set one up pretty decently, Like, I'm not super fine-tuned that way, but I will, like, like, when I was doing some testing and tuning on my different setups, because I've had 3 different carburetors, technically, on Stench. It's about to be 4 now. Because I had the 1-barrel Holly, I had the 2100 Motorcraft, and then now I have this 2100 Motorcraft. And then I'm going to have that Holly 2-barrel. Yeah, no, that's interesting. And technically, actually, like, I do wonder, because, like, I do know a lot of the... Because, actually, I was just thinking, so, when I can think of when they started to put crank sensors in as well, is when they started to put mass airflow sensors in these vehicles, too.
Well, the mass airflow sensor lets the computer know how much air is coming in, plus how much fuel it's giving it, and then knows what the O2 sensors read how well the combustion is burning. The second O2 sensor after the catalytic converter is there only to tell if the catalytic converter is working correctly.
That's fair.
That's why you can set the back. You can put a spacer on that back one behind the catalytic converter and hollow out your catalytic converter, and it doesn't know anything because it's reading a lower emissions from the first O2 sensor to the second one, so it assumes the catalytic converter is doing its job. What are we back on the best carb thing again? Yeah, that's kind of what I said. He said the Hyperspark is just attack and coil output. No, it's attack coil out. Attack is crank position sensor. Lets you know how many times it's going around. But it is still technically a distributor on the top half because it's still, I think, does it still have a? I have to take it apart. I didn't pull the head off of it yet. I don't know if it still has a rotor in it. What?
Oh, just what Jesse's saying.
I will be your carb. That's just the chat has degenerated.
Definitely. And that's one of these things, because once I have this Holly, and as long as it can be set up properly, we should be able to. Just need to find a rebuild kit for it. And once I do, it'll be fairly simple to put that on the engine. But in the future, because what I am going to do, I'm going to eventually eliminate the adapter entirely and get the intake machined out to accept the 2-barrel properly. And when that's done, it's going to get as much porting and polishing as you can do, because the intake is, of course, one piece. But, you can't do a ton, but you can do a little bit. And, and at that time, I'd probably put in slightly better...
How is the echo returning?
I don't know. Nothing's really changed. Unless if it's somehow picking up your earbuds if they're too close.
No. My earbud died.
Oh, that's why.
So it went back to the computer.
Oh.
So let me try putting the other earbud back in and letting that one charge. Speak. Cat, speak. No, I'm not hearing anything. Maybe. Well, it doesn't help if you don't talk. You're the only one that I can hear. Oh, you are talking. Well, that one's not working. I think they're just dead. So you guys just have to deal with the echo because my earphones have died. I mean, it would have been on live now for... if I could find the stupid window. 4 hours.
There we go. So you had no sound for a second there.
Yeah.
And this is the older cat. So this is Saber, and he is 23 years old. He's usually the one with me.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah,
I gotta
this
give him
is dead.
medication for his kidneys. Oh, they say I'm muted now. Apparently, whatever you did muted me.
Wrong ones? Hello?
I guess I was on mute.
Yep, no. It's
Rude.
dead.
Rude. Okay. Are you gonna lay back down there, bud? I know I picked you up, but I'd like you to lay down. Okay.
You guys are just going to have to deal with the echo because my headsets are dead.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, because I can hear myself through your speakers, actually.
No, I can turn the volume back down. No, the volume is down. What the fuck?
It's fine. I'm not. It's okay.
Are you seeing doubles anyway? Are you just that drunk?
I've been speaking the entire time, Brad. Like, yeah.
Right, it's me that couldn't hear her, not you guys.
Yeah, and I couldn't hear you for a bit.
It's because my headset is being derpy because they're dead. I mean, these are those the Galaxy Pro 2 buds or whatever. I mean, they only have such a battery life.
Yeah, that's fair.
What I should have done is I should have just used one, left the other one in there, and switched it when it died. But I can't help it. The stereo. I tried. I don't even have a set of wired headphones that I don't think I can use.
Yeah, well,
Oh, wait.
they were saying that for a little bit I was muted on your end. Which...
Yes, because it had switched things over. I mean, that was back when I had your
That was like 2 minutes ago.
Oh, 2 minutes ago?
Yeah, like about that. And also, it was at the same time too. I couldn't hear you for a hot minute.
Oh.
I can hear it. It's all good now.
I can try one other thing, but I don't know if my ears are gonna freaking reach far enough.
Oh,
I don't think I have anything down here.
your speakers themselves, do they not have a input for?
Huh? Speakers for what?
Your speakers that are in your computer itself, do they not have a?
No, it's an actual stereo.
Oh, okay.
I mean, but you got to understand, the head unit for the stereo is all the way down there underneath the desk.
Ah, okay. Like I wasn't sure what.
So I run a left-right audio coaxial down to the head unit, and then the head unit runs to the two speakers. The one speaker's hiding right here, and then the other one is over here, and the actual receiver is down on the floor. Which, yes, it does have a headphone jack in it, but it's all the way to fuck down there.
Yeah, you would need an extension to use it properly, so it's not a big deal.
And I don't know if this audio jack on the top of this is actually connected to anything. Because I can still hear you through the speaker.
Yeah, like, if you can still hear me, then...
Oh, no, you can't. Hold on. Maybe it is these. Which one's the left and which one's the right? This one's the right. Can I hear you through these?
Let's see, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, well, I'm going to be attached to my computer over there.
Yeah, no, I was...
I'm just going to strangle myself. We're good.
Cool.
No more echo, maybe? Am I satisfying the masses?
Echo.
I'm just going to forget, and I'm just going to take the whole computer with me?
Yeah, knowing you, yeah.
I had the Bluetooth.
I still love that answer, though.
I had the Bluetooth. They're dead. I can actually charge them because I don't need to charge my phone anymore.
Well, actually, it's funny.
And then I have the watch too.
Yeah, it's funny that Shane says that. You do know that AMC actually experimented with an electronic carburetor?
Wouldn't that be?
It wasn't EFI.
Fuel injection?
No, everything was. It was a fly-by-wire carburetor.
So it was Bluetooth from the pedal to the carburetor.
Yeah, it was weird.
So it was a manual it was a regular carburetor. Just it got its input signal throttle by wire.
Yeah. And everything wasn't done with computers. It did not work worth a damn. It was awful.
Move the wire behind your head so. No, I'm not worried about the thing is I'd rather strangle myself and know to stop so I don't yank my computer off the desk than to literally just yank my computer off the desk.
See, I mean, probably actually when you got up, I don't think you'd yank the computer. You'd just yank it out of your ears, which would kind of hurt.
I'm pretty sure I'd fuck up the jack at the top. Too.
Yeah, you might. There's that.
I might end up with a jack permanently in the head port. So again, I'd rather know that I'm being pulled than, yeah.
Interesting. He said GM did it as well.
Yeah, I see. And see, this is the cool things that I like to freaking chit chat about, and that's the reason why we're all here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like I didn't know that GM did that. Like I the only one I knew about was AMC. So that's interesting. Like, and now actually, when did they do that? Just out of curiosity.
Probably late 80s, early 90s.
Well, that's so weird because they already had TBI by like 83. So that's the weird part about that.
They didn't run TBI on most of GMs until the mid to late 80s.
Well, on the trucks, I knew that TBI was basically standard by like 82 or 83. It wasn't that late because I've seen.
Maybe it was the 70s. Maybe it was I don't know.
He said started in 81, so maybe they did that for like a couple of years and then they went to the TBI right after that. That would make sense. Huh,
I hate those early TBIs. The 2-barrel TBIs.
It was funny because
fucking those injectors, they're absolutely fucking massive and did absolutely fucking nothing.
Yeah.
And always fucking clogging and failing.
Wait, well, like, that's the one thing, because Ford copied that design but made it cheaper, so it was even worse.
Yeah, and just think, Vice Grip Garage, he does all those revival videos. Yeah, you can only go up to a certain, because then you start running into electrical issues and not just mechanical issues.
Corvette did not have EFI in 56.
Yeah, mechanical fuel injection.
Yeah, it was mechanical. The first GM to have electronic fuel injection was in 1976, and that was the Cosworth Vega. Very first GM to have it.
Yeah. The Corvette had mechanical fuel injection.
Yeah, and it used the same mechanical fuel injection that...
Truck TBI started in 87. The car I had to deal with was an 86 Pontiac Safari with an Olds 307.
Ah, okay. I for some reason I thought TBI was earlier than that.
I thought it was. I was gonna say I thought it was mid to late 80s.
I thought
Because that would have been the start of OBD1. And then OBD2 came out in like the mid-90s.
I thought Crossfire was only on the Corvettes.
No, because there was a Cadillac. It wasn't. What the fuck? I looked this up. Why? Like, at least a year. I think it was 2 years ago on the live stream. We went through the beginnings of fuel injection. We came across this whole article and shit, and was reading it on here.
They called the feedback carburetor the CCC system, not sold on Chevrolet engines in Canada.
Wait, what were you looking for?
Well, Harvey just put that in the chat there. And, yeah, Bradley said TBI was 87 to 95.
Spider injection.
Yeah, awful. Awful. Spider injection, I've heard, is just awful.
Yeah, that's the CCC. That's that electronic carburetor.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, those also could have cylinder deactivation as well, which did not work worth a damn, but they tried it.
Late 70s Cadillac Seville had fuel injection.
Yeah, but I do know the first...
Yeah, that's one of the things that we were, Brian, that is one of the things I remember from when we had that. But this was back when I was in Coaldale. Back when you first started on this live stream.
Yeah.
We had that big discussion about first fuel injections and all of that, and we found that one article from, I think, Motor Trend or Jalopnik or something that covered, like, the fact that it came from some other weird place that, you know...
Yeah, because and that's the interesting thing, because yeah, like everybody tries to mention that, you know, like the Corvette had, you know, EFI, but no, actually, like that was not the first GM to have it. That's the weird thing. You would have thought the Corvette, but no, it was 76, and it was the Cosworth Vega. And I remember because we actually triggered that
for electronic fuel injection or manual fuel
injection. Electronic.
I was gonna say, because the manual fuel injection, like I said, was an early Corvette.
Yeah, you could get it as early as I thought it was 54 in the Corvette, but maybe it was a little later.
It was the big bubble headlight Corvette, because I had when I was a kid, I had the Erector set, the Erector set Corvette for that year. And yeah, one of the design features in it was mechanical fuel injection. That's what engine was in that model.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like and mechanical fuel injection. Like I think Cadillac had it first technically, and like I want to say it was the 40s, but I could be wrong on that. Like other manufacturers did it.
I don't remember anymore.
Like the other manufacturers did it before that, but it was like the first American manufacturer to do it. Yeah. And then it wasn't really popular. They kind of went back to carburetors, to be honest. And then it wasn't reliable. It was expensive. Yeah, and then Chevrolet decided, well, we're going to experiment with it again, and it worked fairly well. And they had it. It was just expensive, but it worked okay at that point. But this was, 15 years after. So,
Jetronic EFI. The updated spider injection, put the injectors down in the intake port. The original was up at the top of the manifold where the plug is. His truck has the throttle body injection on it, and the Blazer I had was the spider injection. Had to bottle feed it till it started running on its own, and then I could drive it all day. Till I went to start it the next day. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, and that's anytime I hear about spider injection, that's exactly what I hear. And yeah, and the Cosworth. This is why we don't see any revival videos from freaking 80s vehicles. because you'd have to deal with this electronic freaking bullshit nightmare, and that stuff's the first stuff to fail when it sits, because capacitors and circuit boards and all that shit don't like to sit out in the weather.
Yeah, well, yeah, and especially like because Ford, because I always thought that Ford copied the TPI system, but maybe it was actually the Chevrolet copying the Ford and just doing it better. It may have been that, because
no idea.
Well, because I know Ford's first electronic fuel injection was in 1983, and most people don't realize that, but it was. It was called the central fuel injection, which was just a throttle body on top.
So it's as old as I am.
It's just it was not a good system though. Like I had that on my Mustang, on the 3.8 originally, and it is what actually grenaded that engine. Because the fuel pressure regulator, which was internal to that damn thing, and you couldn't really do too much with it, it went, and then it just dumped way too much fuel into the cylinders, and I already had bad piston rings, and just went straight into the oil pan.
Oh, I remember that.
It ate the bearings.
We talked about that during our live.
Yep. And fun fact, like I seized it on my very last drive of the car. So.
Yeah. So if you don't know it, Kat has been on my live stream for what, 2 years now?
Yeah. Yeah, 1.5, 2 years for sure.
Other than Chris, you're the longest running co-host. Because Chris has been here since the beginning.
Yeah, like Harvey, I know to my knowledge, the earliest Ford was 83. And you can get that on, if you had a 5-liter in a Fox body, it was the automatics only that got it. Alternatively, the 3.8s in 83 could have it as well, but most had carburetors. It wasn't until 84, not until 84 where every 3.8 was injected from there forward.
By the way, you never realize how easy we have it with these silicone-tipped earbuds till you go back to using these motherfuckers. These fucking hurt. I've only had them in my ear for what? Oh, couple minutes? We're spoiled. I forgot how bad these things suck. I was surprised I had them laying around. I just saw the white cord sitting there. I'm like, oh, headphones.
Yeah, see now, Bradley said Ford started as early as 80. I've never even heard of a TBI being that early in Fords.
84 Ford Escort. Well, the thing is that's right about the same time as GM. It's all, that's kind of when fuel injection kind of started, is mid-80s. Well, electronic fuel injection.
Oh, okay. Lincoln Continental. That makes sense. 1980. That's why, because you never see them. Those are the weird years of Continental as well. And to be honest,
that would be a team mechanic thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and he does like those, and those are probably the ugliest ones they ever made. Like,
I've never been a fan of the Continental.
Well, okay, so like
I've never been really a fan of Lincoln, period, but that's just me.
That's fair. So 1979, Lincoln Continental Mark V. Honestly, pretty good looking design. It's quite boxy, but it looks pretty good overall.
It's been a Ford thing in general as being quite boxy.
Yeah, but then they go to 1980. They try to use those same lines, but they shrink it by about 3 feet, and it looks like crap when they do that. And they square it off even more. And it's just like, it was awful for like a couple of years. The Continental, like the Mark VI, was just awful. It wasn't until I think it was 84 when they changed it to the Mark VII, and the Mark VII was just timeless design. I love the Mark VII, but Mark VI, no.
I like the Cougars. If I had to pick a Ford car, even though it's not technically a Ford, Cougars.
Yeah, depending on which year.
Old Cougars.
Yeah, like depending on
old Cougars.
Yeah, I'm going to guess first gen Cougars for you. And first gen is a 67 370.
I think I'll even take the one right after that one. Let me go double check.
Oh yeah, so the one right after that, that's still a pretty good looking car. It's a much bigger car, but it's cool.
No, I have no problem with big cars.
Oh, I know you don't. I'm just letting you know. Like,
What would you say it ran? What 72? 72 Cougar would be a second gen.
yeah, 71 second gen even.
Yeah, still would have liked those.
Yeah, those are cool.
What year was the first one after that? What's the third gen?
For would have been 74 or 75. I think it was 74.
Probably still would have rocked a 74.
Right, and they used that same basic design right up until 79.
Yep, would have rocked a 75. 76. Let's just go up to a 78 and see what changes anything. I don't know about a 78.
Yeah, like they did change a little, but they got a little boring throughout the late 70s. But same basic design.
I like the 77. I don't know why I like the 77, but not. I don't know if I like the back of the 77.
Yeah,
I
and
don't know what the fuck they were doing with the spare tire boot back there, but pretty sure that's what that is.
so actually, that is true. Actually, Harvey did mention that 77 was the year that they downsized a little bit. They got a little smaller. They were still big ass cars, but they got a little smaller for everything.
Yeah, I don't know if I like the 77.
Actually,
76 was nice though.
Actually, the only things that didn't downsize from Ford, although this is technically Lincoln, but the Lincoln Mark V was actually bigger than a Mark IV. Like, they were a big-ass car. Ford was the only one.
I don't know them by Mark whatever.
So, okay. Lincoln Mark series, it gets a little muddled before the...
Yeah, I can deal with the 76. It doesn't have that weird fucking... I don't know. I guess it's a spare tire. That's the only thing I can think of the reason why they would have put that there.
Oh, and actually, so Shane asked me, so I'm going to do this for him, because he wanted me to share his Marauder. Now, he's got the really cool Marauder.
Not the Team Mechanic Marauder?
No, this is early Marauder. This is like 60s Marauder. Which is the first sort of iteration of them.
Do you guys mind having the echo? These earbuds are giving me a headache. Just asking. The Cougar and the Thunderbird with the same body for a while. I like the round port Thunderbirds. So I'm not a complete GM guy. I like other cars and other brands. It's just more specific. I'm less forgiving with other ones.
There you go.
Are you sharing screen?
Yes.
All right, hold on. I have to do things over here to do that.
Yeah, no, I know.
You're making me work.
Yeah, because I have to. Because who else is going to do it?
That's nice of it.
Yeah, so that...
It looks like typical 70s, 80s sitcom car.
Yeah, which now, see, these are a little interesting, and depending on... I can't remember which one he said this is, but the...
Yeah, the Cougar and the Mustang were definitely... The Cougar was a fancy version of the Mustang.
Yeah, it was actually also had a longer wheelbase, too, by... I think it was 5 inches longer wheelbase?
Yeah, what is it? Is it the XR1? The really freaking souped up
XR7.
Cougar? XR7.
It was always the XR7 for that. They did have, XR7 GT, I think, too. But, and they did have, actually, there was a Boss 429 Cougar. People don't realize that, but there was.
Cougar shared the Thunderbird chassis in the late 70s. Yeah, that would make sense because it was a big body car then.
Yeah. But that Marauder there, so that, I'm trying to remember what year he said it is, but basically they ran, I think it was from 60...
Well, I'm sure he'll tell us down in the...
Yeah.
Is he still...
Yeah.
He'll tell us.
But basically, they ran this design from, I think it was 67 or 68 to 1970. And the thing is, this was Mercury's attempt...
Can you make it bigger?
No, I can't. Actually, hang on, wait,
Oh. I don't know if you could zoom into the picture.
Maybe. No, that doesn't change anything.
No, you would have to bring it out as its own window.
Yeah, hang on. I can do that. Give me a second here. Okay, now make that big and go.
That's a tiny picture.
It's pixelated as crap, but there you go.
Yeah, it's a tiny image. Well, it's because you picked the image from the feed instead of the image of when you click on it, because the feed image is just a thumbnail.
Oh, hang on. I shall fix.
Yeah, no, right click that and open in its own window or something.
It's funny that it says it's the same.
Is it the same image size?
Oh no, it's actually a little better. A little bit.
Yeah, it's the same file name, but it was probably a different.
Yeah. Yes.
A different compression.
Yeah. So like they have kind of this interesting styling on the front
I
end.
love the slot rims.
Yeah, those slot mags are cool, and like
it's kind of that like Cordoba look too.
Not really. Like
Jason, the front end of Jason's car, from old car guy.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't.
That real sunken in headlights and the freaking protruding bumper and bullshit. GM, I don't think really went that way.
Yeah, but like it is interesting because like these, like the Marauder for Mercury was their kind of performance full size car. So this would have went up against the big block Galaxies. It would have went against the Impalas with the big blocks, stuff like that, right? That's what this was designed for, and they're very rare. And the one that was the really badass version of this was the X100, and those had the 428 Cobra Jet engine, which made like 450, 500 horse somewhere in there.
Yeah, but in a car that fucking heavy.
Yeah, it was like 5,200 pounds or something like that. It was a pig.
Big car.
But cool car though. And that's the one thing. And like,
yeah, I'm still that weird guy that likes the Buick Electras.
Buick Electras.
The big 4-door ones.
Yeah, Buick Electras are cool. And like for me though, if I'm gonna choose like a really cool Buick, give me an Invicta. Those things from the late 50s, early 60s. Oh, gorgeous cars. But yeah.
Wait, we got up to 13 likes? Oh yeah. What else do we get in here? Did somebody new pop in?
And I just stopped the screen share. So.
Okay, I'll get rid of it. Hold on. Poop. So I think we solved the freaking other issue though, because I haven't seen you jump around too much. The screen share was jumping around.
Yeah. Oh, he said never had the. Are you sure? Because a friend of mine, I need to look this up because a friend of mine picked one up. Not too long ago. His was the X100. X100. I just can't remember who it was.
I do like the LTDs. The Ford LTDs.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 Those. So the Ford LTD was basically
the late 80s ones I like.
Oh, those.
Oh. My mom had one.
Ah, okay.
She had a white Ford LTD. Now, granted, she did more of the Park Avenues at that point, though.
Okay, I guess X100 was 429, not 428. My bad. It was still the Cobra Jet engine, though. These were they were badass.
Yeah. My mom, when I was late teens, she had Caprice Classics and Park Avenues and the Ford LTD, and then she went to the smaller cars, and she got a LeBaron convertible. So the car that she had her accident in was a Celebrity.
Oh, okay.
With a 327, a built 327 in it. My stepfather built that engine on our back porch. It was like neon day glow orange. And I mean, you can imagine a 327 V8 and a Celebrity.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Oh, it was fun. That car went.
I can
tell this story. So she had the car for a little while. She was, we were off to school. Stepfather was at work. We didn't have, we had to do our laundry out at that point in time because we were in between washer and dryers, And so she had the car loaded up with, laundry. And she was heading out towards the laundromat and to go to where Sam worked to take him lunch. And she was at an intersection, okay, where you have going straight, turning left, and then you had oncoming. The turning left was in the same lane as turning left for the oncoming, and then the path next to her was obviously going straight through the intersection. So obviously she's got traffic on both sides of her, right? She's in the left hand waiting for the traffic to clear to make her left hand turn through the intersection. This lady comes out from behind a big rig. So she's got big rig on her left, big rig coming at her on her right. This lady coming at her swings into the freaking left hand turn lane to try to pass the big rig through the intersection. Right? My mom is sitting on the other end of that intersection directly in line. This chick literally hits the front of the celebrity and goes up on top of my mom's car. That lady's engine was on my mom's windshield.
Jeez.
And the thing is again, she had tractor trailer on her left, tractor trailer on her right. She had nowhere to go.
Good night, Jesse.
The force of the impact shoved her car back like 40 feet. This lady still had her freaking foot pinned to the floor. Okay. The force of the impact sheared all 4 bolts of my mom's seat, flipped her upside down. She had to get out the back door. Right? She had to climb out the back door, walked around the car, and shut off this lady's car. Meanwhile, the lady is in her car screaming, "She hit me, she hit me, she hit me." My mom was stopped at a red light. Well, it wasn't stopped at a red light. My mom was stopped trying to turn in her lane on her side of the intersection. My mom walked all the way to a McDonald's, which was at the opposite corner of the intersection, to call my stepfather and let him know that she was just involved in an accident and that the car is totaled. When the EMS got to the car and saw my mom's car, they were trying to look around for a dead body, because they could have sworn she would have been dead, given the severity of the accident and the scene. They thought she got thrown from the car and was dead. And the truck driver that stopped said, no, she walked to the McDonald's. It turns out my mom had 2 shattered ankles, 2 shattered wrists, a shattered clavicle, and 7 broken ribs.
Yeah.
And she walked out of that car, shut off this other lady's car, and walked to the McDonald's. And did not go to the hospital until after me and my sisters came home from school.
Yeah, see, that is adrenaline.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what that was. It was adrenaline and pain tolerance.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like, it is insane. Like, what adrenaline can actually do. And,
She is quite a badass. She is a, or at least was at one point, a 4th degree black belt. And she's only 5'2", 5'3".
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, like, because actually, when I was young, I do remember, like, once I actually realized what happened is when the pain kind of went away. Because, so, me and my brother, we were out in the field, and we had the golf clubs with us with some golf balls. And we're just, hitting them down the field, no big deal. We weren't supposed to do that, but, whatever. No cops ever stopped us, nobody cared. But anyways, So he was digging a hole with the golf club. Bear in mind, I'm about 5, maybe 6. So at that age, you're a bit of a retard. You know, it's just, you just are. And so he's doing this. And the thing is, I wanted to see how deep it was. So as he's mid-swing, I look down into the hole, and he smacks me in the head with that thing.
Oof.
Oh, and it was, I was bleeding heavily. I mean, of course, whenever you get a head wound, you bleed a lot. But
Yeah, head wounds. It doesn't matter how bad it is. It's a little tiny gash on above your eye, and half your face is bleeding.
yeah. But, like, so, and this was an iron that hit me, too. And it left a hole in my head. Like,
I am 5 away from 2,900 subs.
Hey, that's cool. It's not updated on screen, but...
No, it's not going to, because it's only going to show to the third one, which would be 289.
Yeah.
I'm at 2895.
Yeah, and actually, like, Brian, not too long ago, he actually did get into a motorcycle accident. This was probably, I want to say a month or 2 back, or maybe a little longer ago. But
Yeah, I had the same issue when I had my accident.
But, and yeah, like, and now his bike, actually, it's probably longer ago than that, come to think of it. But, yeah, and like, and that bike, luckily, it's actually salvageable because he was able, like, it wasn't completely bent. So, like, he had to replace the forks and a few other things, but it's nice that he didn't, you know, he could keep his bike.
I like that. New shirt design. I'm guessing like a cold start. Carburetor with ice cubes with the words "Dead Nuts Cold" under it. Coming back from when I told you about the car being dead nuts cold. Because you were saying it started in like negative 30-degree weather.
Oh, yeah.
Dead nuts cold.
I mean, that's the one thing. That car has surprisingly, other than when the battery was dead, it has always started. Like, I've never had a problem of it not really starting. And the only times when I've said that, hey, it didn't start, it's because I just gave up because it was just taking too long. You know? But yeah, and like, and okay, now that's interesting because what, you know, because I heard him say something about that when he got into that crash with his Mark 7, but he actually added 300 pounds to the front end because he concreted it. So that thing, the 3,700 pounds it used to weigh is now 4,000 pounds.
Why though?
For that pig. Because, hey, rascal, leave him alone. Hey.
Oh, your pussy's fighting.
I had to throw a bottle at the one's head, but it worked. Relax, it was a plastic bottle.
Oh my god, abuse. This picture that... Dude, is it Nikolai that sent it? In the group, the lizard with the dirt pile behind it. When you're not looking at it very carefully, it looks like a freaking bug.
He's saying it's indestructible now, that's why. I mean, I get that, but it's just like... And now...
Yeah, you're driving around a concrete block. But again, the other thing is, why do cars today crumble so easy? So that way we're not the first soft thing that the impact affects. The more solid and structural sound you make the car, except for the main cabin area, all you're doing is you're transferring all of that kinetic energy into the first soft thing it comes in contact, which is you.
To be fair, it's a Lincoln Mark 7. They didn't have crumple zones or anything like that in those. It was just...
He's not making it any better.
No, he's not making it better, but I don't...
He's adding inertia into the accident.
Yeah. Regardless, you're still screwed if you crash that car anyways, so you may as well, you know... Like, if you're gonna do that...
It'll just become a coffin for you to be buried in at that point.
Yeah, it saves the car for the next guy.
Yeah, after they clean all the blood and guts out of it.
I mean, at least he won't be impaled by the steering column. You know? Because Ford had collapsible columns by 66, so...
There you go.
Yeah. And
it is 2:00 in the morning here.
What's your point?
I don't know. We're still going.
Exactly. It's a good chat.
Is this going to be another 4 o'clock in the morning show?
Yeah, why not? Have fun.
Well, I mean, the conversation's still going. I mean, it's not like the other nights where the chat dies by noon and we carry the conversation on for another 2 hours with no interaction from the chat.
It's true. We have done that. When we had like 1 or 2 people in the chat.
We're up to 7 viewers. I don't know who the hell is still awake.
Well, let's see. Shane, Brian, Brad, Harvey, for sure. Me, because I would count in that. That's 5. Who's the other 2?
I don't know. This guy.
They just haven't. Whoever it is hasn't typed in a long time.
Well, if you think of it, the concrete has more inertia. The G-force on me will be less because the brick is going to pass through. And you're just going to go for the sumo wrestler tactic. I see. Well, Harvey's about ready to tap out. I got a 5-year-old in the morning, regardless of what time I go to bed.
Yeah, see, and the one thing is, it doesn't matter if I groom myself to try and go to bed early. It totally gets screwed up when I have to pick up my dad, anyways. Every time.
Well, the thing is it's the second that I get off of here and I'm tired and I want to go to bed, I'll be awake.
Yeah, that's how it works. Their car will bear the full force, though. You're not technically wrong, but you're also not.
Well, I mean, it's like who has the more weight behind the medicine ball when they do that thing where they run with the 2 big freaking exercise balls at each other.
Oh, actually, have you seen the video? It's gone a bit viral within the past week or so. Somebody is
probably not that.
Well, they're driving a Tesla, and they hit a guy that's in a Zorb ball, and it goes flying into a tree.
No, I haven't seen that yet.
Oh my god, you need.
Has not come across my stupid shit list yet.
Oh my god, I've seen it everywhere. It's so funny because and literally the tag is why women live longer than men. It's accurate.
But women don't.
On average, actually, we don't.
No, it's because women shove the guy in front of the bus instead of walking in front of it themselves. Or the guy's trying to save the girl from walking in front of the bus and gets hit by the bus.
Now, just remind me never to leave my car with you, Shane, because it's going to be like concrete everything on my car by the time it's done. It's going to add like 1,000 pounds.
Or it's the women asking the guy to fix the freaking air conditioner that's hanging out the second floor story window, and he's so compelled to fix it for her that he ends up doing something stupid and falls to his fucking death. You know, that's why you don't see the women die, because they're always sending the men out to go do the freaking dangerous tasks that they don't want to do, like kill the spider.
And Bradley, I'm not surprised that somebody put the Dumb Ways to Die on that, which it's interesting, because that's a song that's actually a few years old now, and it's getting traction because of TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, there was that, oh my god, what fucking song is it? I can't even remember. Yeah, I hate fucking ADHD. When you're trying to actually recall something, it's like right there, and the more you try to think about it, the further away it goes. It's like the freaking trying to catch the piece of paper blowing in the fucking wind. Every time you get close, it just blows a little further. Nickelback, the freaking one Nickelback song that everybody... The Twisted Sister?
Huh? What?
What the fuck is the name of that song? Now you're going to make me go look it up.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know every Nickelback tune, so I'm just...
It's
Twisted Sister's a band.
Hold on.
Yeah, like Twisted Sister is just... It's a band, and everybody's a cross-dresser on it. It's great. That's why it's called Twisted Sister. Yeah, like, because I'm Canadian. I think
Maybe it wasn't Nickelback.
We're like...
I'm pretty sure it was.
Because, like, the one thing is, I'm Canadian. We're contractually bound to know Nickelback.
No, not Nickelback. What is the other...
But the clone of Nickelback?
Go through my songs. No, shush. I will find it. Give me a minute. I want.
Did I see the dude who taxidermied his cat to his drone? No, I haven't. That's a bit odd. See, here's the thing. I don't hate on Nickelback as a band. I hate on Chad Kroeger because he's a
Is
dick.
it Sisters Mister? Is that the one I'm thinking of?
I know the song. Sisters, Mister. Everybody needs a.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, okay.
That was buried in an album that nobody fucking cared about until somebody blew it up on TikTok, and I think they have another album out that's not even getting as much traction as that song.
Oh no, that always happens though with TikTok. Like that song, you know, "Dumb Ways to Die."
But now it is Nickelback, isn't
That
it?
is Nickelback, yes.
I thought so. What album was that then?
Oh, it's a fairly old song actually.
Not fairly old. Thank you for making me fucking feel old. It's like from the early. It's like from the 2000s.
I want to say it was their third album, but I could be wrong. Fuel injection and wires are very scary, Shane. They're very scary.
I'm still stuck to my own wires. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. Oh, have you actually? So there's a video that's been making the rounds on TikTok as well. So somebody has a.
I'm just gonna sit here with my. Is this how people go to the clubs now with their boas?
No.
Their feather boas. I got a wire boa.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. But so what I was gonna say though is that crap, what was I talking about?
I'm hanging myself. No, go back in the box. Go back in the box. What did you say? Sorry, I was trying to kill myself.
Yeah,
I mean, unalive myself.
I'm trying to remember because you interrupted and then I forgot. I don't even know what the hell I was talking about at all.
That train left the station.
Yeah, because of you. Let's see. Just
Wait, what?
Just seeing if I can drop.
I am confused as to what is going on in the chat.
I have no idea.
But it's for a Chevy. You'd be kicked out immediately. What's for a Chevy?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Black Rhino Armory Humvee wheels on a murder wagon. Oh. No one wants your broke Chevy wiring round. Oh, it's not even Chevy wiring anymore. It's American Auto Wire. Besides, there's a reason why all of these aftermarket freaking wire companies are copying off of fucking Chevy's freaking harnesses. I have seen the nightmares of even American Auto Wire. I have seen the nightmares of the Ford systems with that weird ass freaking tumbler fucking ignition thing. No, it's actually not even for a Chevy. Do I own it? Do I own? I mean, you guys can't. You can't see it, and he doesn't watch my channel, so. Oh, why is this stuck? Why is it stuck? You should not be stuck. Oh, it's wrapped around everything. Sorry, guys, you're going for a ride. Somebody was messing with my tripod. My tripod, get back where you belong.
Hey, look, it's a trash can.
Wait, what?
I'm joking. Oh, pointing it at me now. Hi. See, that's the weird part with me because I saw myself 3 different times.
I know, right? You just seen how many times I seen you.
I was
Considering I have how many windows open
talking about a video.
with your face in it.
Talking about a video going around. It would have been a TikTok thing. Oh, that's what it was. So there's a guy that is building a Dodge Magnum.
Oh my god.
I'll wait for you to finish the camera here.
I am trying to put it back in the thing, but the stupid little tab that holds the camera, the camera screw, it was kept dropping down and wouldn't let me put the camera back in the slot. Oh, ow! I hold my arms that far out.
But anyways, so this guy, he's building this Resto Mod Dodge Magnum. I think it's like a 2006. Now the one thing is, he's doing an all-wheel drive, and he's also doing a Hellcat conversion from a Durango, and the frickin'
that's Junkyard Dave.
Yeah, have you seen the video of the wires?
No.
Oh,
I've seen most of the videos of that.
I need to find that. Hang on.
Have you seen the wires that freaking Dave Freiberger pulled out of fucking Project Mayhem after they did the Hellcat swap in that thing?
Oh yeah, that was ridiculous too.
It's what happens whenever, look at all the wires when you do an LS swap in when you still have to keep because until they crack the code and all that freaking shit, you end up having to keep all of that stuff because it's all connected. Your throttle pedal, your freaking instrument cluster, the key, the freaking steering column. You got to take all that with because it's all freaking phased together, and if it's missing something, it won't fucking start.
Okay, I need to see. God, I need to find that.
So that song came out in 2015. It's only 10 years old. Not even. It's 8 years old. Fucking forever ago. Make me feel old.
Let's see.
I still remember. Not brain, no work. Obviously can't remember. Come on, brain. You're better than this. Don't start playing. That's all I needed to do was to start playing freaking copyrighted music.
Let's see if I can find that.
Wow, we're just both... ADHD keeps me thinking the other stuff. What did I miss? I don't know what... I don't even know if we know where we're at.
Is it... Oh, I think that's it right there. I want to say it's that one.
I'm not sure. What are we talking about Brian here, though?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it is Junkyard Dave. I found it.
I told you it was. I've been following it since before... because it's not the first time he's done this. He did it the opposite way. The thing is that the big thing wasn't even the fact of putting the Trackhawk engine in the Magnum. It was the fact that he converted an old... It's a new Charger that he grafted an older Magnum hatch to.
That's true. He did.
And he's done it the other way. He's converted an older Magnum into a modern Charger. Not remove the hatch, but converted an older Magnum to have a modern Charger interior and front end. But this time he took a newer Charger and grafted an older Magnum wagon back to. So it's a modern Charger, the last gen Charger, 4-door with a Magnum, from the rear door back is all Magnum.
Yeah, I do.
You have to go back far enough to watch that. It is absolutely amazing what he has done with that.
Yeah, but it's just this video that he put up. I'm actually just sharing screen. I have no sound on, so you don't have to worry about that.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
Yeah, so this is the wiring, when it pops up, that he's dealing with on this thing.
But the thing is it's not really that bad because guess what? Yes, he's doing an engine swap, but it's not like he's going from an old school Magnum harness to a modern harness. This harness isn't much different than the harness that would have been in that car to begin with.
Actually, no, it's a lot more complicated. A lot more. Because there's a lot more components involved.
Well, yeah, you have the all-wheel drive unit bullshit going on, but the thing is again,
the all-wheel drive, because the one thing is, the Magnums, like, they do have a decent amount, like, because the Magnum...
That's not a Magnum. I'm telling you, it's not.
Well, no, okay, sorry.
That's a Dodge Charger.
Okay, whatever, but you know what I mean. So, when he did this with the Magnum, if he did the same thing, because the Magnums, you could only have as big as the 6.1, which wasn't even supercharged or anything like that, and they were much simpler. They still had a bunch of wiring, but much simpler than what he's doing here.
Okay.
And, like, the thing is, there is... Because I think he talked about it, where he says, yeah, there's, like, about 10 miles of wiring, he said. Because he measured it all out.
That's a normal modern car.
But, like, it's just insane, though.
Right.
You know? And that's all I'm trying...
But it's still... I mean, the thing is...
That's all I'm trying to say, is that it's insane.
Yeah.
I don't care that there's other cars that are like that, modern cars. It's still insane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, try swapping a modern LS... or whatever into another vehicle and having to deal with, you know, that mess where you have to keep the instrument cluster and the steering column and, you know, the throttle by wire pedal assembly and all of the little modules that wiring harness needs. Otherwise it won't fire, you know, before you go with an aftermarket, if you're keeping the stock ECU. When you got to keep the stock ECU, doing these modern engine swaps suck.
Yeah, well, a lot of guys don't do the stock.
Night, Harvey.
They just...
I know, that's why Holly came out with their Dominator ECU, was to be able to eliminate a lot of that stuff you don't need. So you're, instead of having to worry about all the external parts of the wiring harness, you only have to worry about the engine side and possibly the transmission, where it's not looking for a key signal and it's not looking for a dashboard signal and it's not looking for, you know, this code to match that code. Yeah, body control modules, all that shit. That's why, like, something like the Holly Dominator is out there, because it eliminates a lot of that stuff. Unfortunately, if I go the way I want to with the Nova, it's probably going to end up with, I don't think I'm going to be able to afford a Holly Dominator right out the get-go. But if I want to do a modern LS swap, I'm going to end up having to sit there and piggyback whatever I pull the 6.0 out of that I want to get. So, I mean, if I can't get the supercharged, what is it, the LT? Because that's going to be stupid expensive. Even if I find a wrecked Camaro or you know, CSV, I'm still going to end up paying an arm and a leg even for a wrecked one. I mean, I can find something with a 6.0 in it, an iron block 6.0, for a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
Sent a video of me testing a BCM.
He sent it to me. Yeah, so he just has, you know, the positive and negative, and he's just testing the different terminals on it.
Yeah, there's how many?
This is just a simple circuit board, like the small one.
Oh, that one's simple.
This one's a lot simpler than some of them I've seen. Yeah. Like, it has a few, but, you know.
Yeah, it depends on what you consider cheap, and I need a car that's not completely fucking destroyed, because all I need is, like, a pinched wire or two, and I'm all fucked up.
Yeah.
So when I gotta find a wrecked car, I gotta find something preferably hit in the back end, so that way the engine stuff is normally pretty okay. Because I'm probably gonna borrow half the fucking car.
Yeah.
Until I can find a way to work around it.
Yeah, I mean, and either doing that, or you could do it with what Roy Marco is doing, which is kind of backwards, but it's just what he prefers to do. Because
What's he doing?
well, okay, so he is putting a 6-liter LS into a 63 Riviera with a dual quad setup.
Oh, just switching it over to carburetor.
Yep, which a lot of people do. Like, actually, a friend of mine, she finally
Oh,
did.
that's not the one that I'm worried about being expensive. The one we were worrying about being expensive and finding wrecked cars, whatever, is if I were to do the supercharged LT setup from the Camaro Z01s and the CTSVs and the Corvettes.
Yeah, see, and those you're not gonna find cheap. You know, those
No,
are
I already said that.
yeah, those are the very expensive ones. Like, and that's the one thing. You can find an LS for stupid cheap, but it's not.
I don't want an LS.
Yeah, I know. Well, technically, the supercharged LT is still an LS. It's just different.
I'm pretty sure it's an LT, not an LS.
No, they're the same base though. Like they call it a different name because they wanted to differentiate it, but it's really just a supercharged LS. It's like a supercharged LS2, I think.
I don't know that much.
It's modernized, but like more modernized than the 6-liter, like the.
Well, wasn't the LT? Isn't the LS just a modernized LT?
No,
at that point.
Not really. They are quite a bit different for the LT because the LT1's basically just a better fuel injected version of a 350, and then the LS is completely different.
Wait, hopes who has a high flow pump, 205 psi regulator, and retune line. This new fuel sucks for vapor locking.
He might be talking about you.
I'm not sure what he's responding to.
I don't know either. Like Shane, are you talking about like his setup, or because I think he's running a lot but more psi than that.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
For the TA?
Yeah.
TA is running at 40 psi.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
I'm running all of Holly's shit, so it better work. Holly Sniper with their Hyperspark. I have the Holly's in-tank fuel pump.
Trust me, Roy Marco knows his shit a lot. This is technically the first carbureted LS he's done, but he is a wizard when it comes to this stuff. He is very similar to you in that regard. There, Shane. Like, he knows a lot about everything.
He's pretty intelligent.
Yeah, like, and to be honest, he's like, he can cobble together stuff pretty well too if he needs to.
No.
And
I know the mechanical shit. I'm not so super tuned with the freaking electric shit, but I'm also not afraid to dive in. As you can see, me modifying this brand new freaking harness, plus modifying Holly's harness, and yeah, I'm doing a lot of things.
Yeah, that's fair.
All because I want the car to look. The funny thing is I'm doing all of this work because I want to modernize the car, but still make the car look stock.
Yeah. Well, also, and actually,
I'm going out of my way to hide shit.
Yeah, because
Go ahead.
Actually, come to think of it, it's not his first LS. Just think about that now. He's got a gasser, but he's doing it with a bit of a twist because it's carbureted as well. But he is hiding all of the LS-ness about it, and he's got like these Pontiac valve covers from the 50s. He's got to cover up the coil packs and stuff like that with.
That's
right?
cool.
Like it's really neat.
That's one of the things I hate. I think. See, and the thing is it's one of the things I hate the way modern engines look.
Yeah, I hate them too. Like, especially with the intakes. Just I don't like the plastic.
The whole things are ugly, and then they cover them with these big plastic covers to make them look pretty. They're still ugly.
Can't see.
Hi, Kat. We're getting all nice up and close.
Yeah.
Close and personal.
Yeah. Oh, please. I don't have big ass tits to show off, so it's fine.
We weren't talking. We were up here. We were not down here. We were up here. We were all up in your neck. We were all getting cuddly and cozy.
My cat keeps meowing, which actually, no, he's not. He's in the hall meowing. I don't care.
I mean, we're all pervs here, but we weren't being pervs at that moment.
Yeah. Well, and I will say, like, you know, Roy does know his stuff, so he's not. Mm-hmm. He does his research. And
I'm still a fan of his. I'm still a fan of his Packard.
His Packard's really cool because he sold his '67 Chevelle for that '23 Packard. I've seen that Packard in person. It is so cool. And all the hard work is done. Because all the woodworking has already been done on that thing. Because there was a lot of wood in that car. He just basically needs to reassemble it and do the mechanicals, which that's his wheelhouse right there. Right? Oh, jeez.
We're as bad as the guys in your comments.
Can be. Except for their...
We just get away with it because we're friends.
Exactly. You know, well, it's like that. My one friend Keith, he can make, even though it does make me uncomfortable at times, though. That my buddy Keith, he will make the joking foot comments, but sometimes it just gets a bit much.
I mean, we can't all take a peek at your feet.
Yeah, well, like stuff like that is fine, like jokes like that. But he'll go like toe jam and stuff like that. I'm going, what is wrong with you? It's just
little toe jam and peanut and peanut butter.
Yeah, no, it's just no. Like there are times when I can take it.
I can be weird, but I would have to do it on purpose.
Yeah, like the one thing is that he does it just as a joke, and I know that.
I'm not. I don't come off creepy by accident. If I'm being creepy, it's normally on purpose because I'm trying to get a rise.
Yeah. And it's just one of those things, and I'll tell him to stop, and then he'll just keep going and going and going. Like, dude, just enough. Like at times, he's one of my best friends, but sometimes I want to freaking punch him so bad.
I'm still trying to figure out why it looks like our viewer bar just looks like it's going up instead of down. And normally this is the point in the night where things start going down. I mean, you can't see what I see, but my graph is doing. It did one of these and it died, and then it came back up, and it's not going down, even with the people that left already. No, this fucking earphone is bothering me. I'm playing on that website. What website?
Oh, that is
the NOVAtazz.com website.
I am depressed to seeing, because I just decided, you know what, I'm just going to load up Kijiji, which is like a much better version of Craigslist. And I found this guy, just like 67 Mercury Cougar parts car, because the frame is no good, for $1,000. Oh, man.
Oh, Auto Bidmaster. Yeah, I was, okay, thank you. And the NOVAtazz site, good. Buy something off of it. Help me out. I know, I'm being shameless.
Yeah, quit chilling.
Oh my god. Look, see? Help the channel out. Thank you, Streamlabs.
It's listening. Even though I know it doesn't actually listen, but it's funny.
But yeah, I have, I was on the Copart website and stuff and was looking at stuff. I'm broke all the time, not just broke till Monday.
That's my life, in a nutshell.
Exactly. I live my life one paycheck at a time.
See, I don't even do that because I don't really get a paycheck.
So I got paid on Friday. I have less than triple digits already, and today's only Saturday.
Rip.
All I got is booty. Send them cakes. Wait, unless they're your cake. I don't want your cakes. If you got some other cakes, maybe.
I mean, he's got that fat ass Mark 7 because he added 300 pounds to it.
That's a lot of cake.
It is. 4,000 pounds of cake is what that thing is.
I need some LS cake. Actually, no. I need some money cake because I have an air compressor, a spray booth, an airbrush, plus supporting accoutrements for that. I was just looking at a 3D printer, a resin 3D printer, because I was thinking about making my own parts for like that Trans Am that's all fucked up, the model. Replacing the rear tail light panel and all that shit, and just doing it myself. Because I have Blender. I mean, I can make my own parts. Well, at least in 3D. What's wrong with your cakes?
Yeah, just look at my comment there.
You never know. I might swing both ways. How would you know?
Because you've never told me. So
I tell you everything?
you've told me a lot more than most people.
Good point. Oh my god.
That is great.
I know, right? Oh, my brain is shutting down.
Wait, is this?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it. What?
Oh no, it's not the same one. Okay, never mind.
Or we're gonna have to pick up this conversation next week, if any of us remember it.
What about cake?
Well, no. Sure, cake. Is that one lump or two? Oh, that's coffee.
That's what happens.
That's what happens when you leave your cakes in the oven.
Well, also like the tireder you get, the more dark and stuff like that you get. That's just life.
I get slow.
3
lumps. I'll give you 3 lumps.
Facebook.
All right. I have massively enjoyed tonight, but I am falling asleep sitting here. I'm gonna have to say goodnights, and yeah, we're not going there, Brad. The crushed Chevy would still run after it's done. Ask me how I know. By the way, that accident my mom was in, you know that car started right the hell up.
Yeah, see, it's funny that I know Shade is just taking jabs at my Mustang. He's been doing that all night. Within the past couple of weeks, I've actually had 2 people in person want to buy my car.
For scrap.
We never talked price because I'm not. Plus, I mean, honestly, it's worth a hell of a lot more than scrap. When I bought it,
what you didn't see is they had the other phone line straight to the scrapyard negotiating a price for the car after they bought it from you.
Except for the one guy, he's just like, it was actually a security guard when I dropped my dad off, in the morning there, or was it when I picked him up? No, it was when I picked him up.
Because he was.
And the thing is, he actually was. We had a pretty long conversation about the car actually, and he just wanted to. He's wanted to find one for a while.
I'm still looking for a 124 scale in that body style.
It's hard.
I've been looking.
You can find the hatchback. You can never find the notchback. It's quite the challenge. Because I've tried looking too. I can't really find much. You can find.
I might end up if I get the 3D printer, just finding a somebody who's got a
See, I know
a printer file for one.
I know Roy has a. It might be 1/24 scale, model of my car, but he's the only one I've seen that has one.
Well, if he knows exactly what it is, then I can at least start looking for it. I don't even know what brand to go after.
Yeah, and I can't remember. Like, he showed me it because his. I don't know if you've seen his toy room, but it's quite beautiful.
I've seen bits of it when he's had it in his videos.
Yeah,
mine's just this. I had a collection. I had a stash. We all know what happened to most of my stuff.
Yeah.
3 times over. But my stash is hiding behind this computer right now. That's my stash. Well, that and the stuff that's down here. 1/24 scale potato. Is that a potato or a potato?
But it is just interesting though, because like lately, that car's been getting a lot more interest from people. Because even like I was in the Walmart parking lot,
just need to convert that into views and subscribers.
Yeah, I do.
And then so eventually monies.
I do tell people that, hey, like, I've got a YouTube channel.
Potato.
You know.
I'm a potato.
But it's one of those things where, like,
Tomato.
because even when
Tomato.
even when I first bought my car, before I even got it home, somebody managed to find, and I'm going to guess he just contacted the guy who had the ad that I bought the car off of to get my number. He offered me double my money what I paid for, which I paid $500 for that car. And he offered me $1,000.
That's not bad.
Yeah, he offered me $1,000 for it. As it sat, I didn't even touch it yet. It wasn't even home.
Ketchup. It's catsup.
You know, and I've had multiple offers on that car actually before the manual swap and before the nicer seats that are in it now and the 8A swap and even painting the motor. You know, I was offered $6,000.
So would you sell it to me if I also happen to have acquired a bunch of Tannerite?
No.
I'll make sure it's a big hit.
Tell you what, the day you do that, then I buy your Trans Am, and you know, I make all the jokes about it.
Find another one. I can find another one.
See, that's one thing, you can't find another one of my cars. Not like that.
The thing is yes, I love my Trans Am, but not necessarily have to be attached to that particular one.
Yeah, see, and
you picked
my
the wrong car
like,
to pick on.
Well, in fact, you named it, so that's why. Like, but I mean, I've had multiple people before all of my upgrades to the car offer me $6,000 for it.
I found an F-350 with a tag made in Canada in the doorway.
And door frame. Yeah, actually, a lot of Ford trucks were made in Canada. Quite a lot of them.
Wait, what are we talking about? Nova? Which one of our comments inspired that comment? He has some better versions of my car. He's got a T-top version of my car.
Yeah, I mean, like, now, if that car ever got crashed, I would just buy it off of insurance, and I'd see if I can buy my buddy's Capri that's same but different. It was that gray one that we got in the summertime.
Yeah, that Capri was nice.
Yeah, I just didn't like where it was rusting. Like, it not structural or anything, but, like, the roof was starting to rust. And so was the hood. It's just very odd places for them to rust, to be honest.
Wait, I don't know about the Trans Am. I mean, if somebody were to crush that T, like I said, I'm not necessarily attached to that particular TA. I mean, I am. But if I could get another one, I wouldn't be as heartbroken. The funny thing is I'm more attached to the stupid freaking no value 77 Nova than I am about the TA.
Which is wild, but it's understandable. Because
I've had that car longer.
Yeah, you've had that car longer, but also, like,
been through a lot more life moments in that car.
But also, like, that was your first, like, proper sort of cool...
It was my first muscle car.
Yeah, like, you know, cool American car. That way.
Before I had that, I had the Ford Escort. I went straight from the Ford Escort to the Nova. I've had the Nova through most of my adult life. And I've had a few other cars sprinkled in there after that. The TA I owned for a year before it went down. So I bought the TA. Within a year, it was dead. And it's been sitting here basically playing hopscotch from one place to another until we bought this place. So it really only had a couple months with it while it was running and driving. So yeah, there's not as much of an attachment to that car as there is the Nova. The Nova, I literally freaking daily drove it for fucking almost 7 years. So yeah, a lot more attachment to that car.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, like, with my car, I mean, it was my first car. So, You know, I have,
My second car.
you know, and with
Oh,
with
yeah.
mine, like I've rebuilt an entire car at this point. Like, there's almost nothing that's been touched on that car. Like, literally, I can.
Alright, see you later. I think we're going to end it anyway because it's now, like I said, it's pushing 3 o'clock. I'm fucking tired. And although this has been a great live stream, I'd like to get some sleep before Jess wakes me up at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Fair enough. Well.
Because I won't be able to go to sleep once she wakes me up.
Good night, everybody.
So, yeah. Good night, guys.